Ooh. Ay, 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 ay. Ah, of course I forgot my drink. It's always something. Always something. No, no. All right. 10 hours of beautiful sleep and many rants later, I have returned. To continue my habit of yelling into the void. That is the wrong hand for this particular glove. Which seems to be dissolving. Like so. Okie dokie. A mouse bastard achieved. Virtual display pass through. Tamed. But before I jump in, I want to have a quick look at the config files for this title. Come on, lemma. Alright, so why not explore this? Like so. Perhaps then. Oh, yeah. Microphone is indeed doing microphone things. Okay, so Java runtime, really? Okay, well, sure, fine, why not? What else fun is? It's the launcher or the menu system written in Java? I mean, okay, well, it's a language. Just surprising. R-Factor2 shared memory map plugin 64. Yes. Support stuff. runtimes. Those are old runtimes. Wow. Okay. So let's see. Can we do this? Open a new window? No? Yeah, there's nothing crazy there. Alright, so just a bunch of report stuff, install, scripts, changelog, okay. Well, let's have a look. That was a bit far to the right for my neck at the moment. So video good. Video driver 0, video res, blah blah blah. VR mirror 1. Oh yeah, of course, the mirror, the virtual mirror in the. Yep, nope. Post processing, that's fine. This is fine. Subviews. Workaround flags. Preferred GPU -1, not relevant to me. Windscreen UI. Widescreen even. Oh, okay, so we can adjust the UI with manually. Blah, blah, blah. Not much of interest in there. Just log general stuff. Stereo coding. Sampler linear. Below are some presets for reverbs. In the effect def. Same order. Ah. Well, that's nice of them to include. Hostel presets. Space station presets. I guess that's just from the OpenAL bundle. Effect depth gain 0.75. Effect type reverb. Modal defense. Correlation to the late reverb. Yes, this is just all sound stuff. And then we have VR config. It's basically the same except for its relevance to VR. Okay, so HRTF. Right, so these are. Oh yeah, I ran with traces all last night, didn't I? VR ham initialized successfully. Reset surrender target. Ah, yeah, of course, it's picking up VJoy as well. That's fine. Blah, 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 blah. Lots of stuff. Is there... Slot teleported from blah, blah, blah. Changing session. But is there... Could not find audio file. Okay, so that's interesting spam. Too many L errors. Was the context destroyed? Was the context destroyed? IBL integration map not found. I was hoping to see... Yes, I think the easiest way is to simply to figure out at least what it does log and does not log. It's not analyzing stuff from long session, just drive up to a problem spot and see what's registered when the latency spikes. Okay. Is this what we will do? Okay, so jolt magnitude. Oh, here we go. Steering bump stop degrees. Here are those effects which are no longer present. Steering effect strengths. This is for my pedals though, so not relevant. There we go. Steering aggression, steering rate factor, steering return rate multiplier. Steering, there we go. Why are these not in the menu? That was the thing I was salty about yesterday. So they are there. Okay, so what if we start collapsing devices? Input anti-lock brake system down. Up, forward. Oh, okay. Yeah, so these are button bindings or mappings, I should say. Can I just collapse all, maybe? It's quicker to go from the bottom. Meow, 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 meow. And then we can keep an eye on what changes. When we manipulate stuff. Max min, blah, blah, blah. Options. Brake sensitivity. Yeah, we collapse. Input axis. Relevant. So now we are left with things which are of interest. Sweet. Now I just close this shit. Let's see what else is here. Multiplayer, Jason. Tagging labels, leave join. Connection type. Threshold for auto accumulation flash while building data chunks. Standard SMT view. Minus TCP headers. Minus 64 for layer headers. Okay. Orientation spring. Orientation spring at 1000 milliseconds latency. Okay, so this indicates it's a comment, and this is the setting. Path prediction, influence, that's not interesting. Position spring at 1000. Lower latencies have stronger spring, higher latents have same springs. Show seating. Path prediction, influence, yeah. Oh, what are these spring stuff? Position spring. Show seating, vehicle seating and status. Simulation port. So, do we have a server component in the client? Can we host with the client, maybe? That would be hilarious. Temporary. The number of vehicle graphical instances to load at any time for temporary use when clients join. If number is exceeded, quality will deteriorate. Number of vehicle graphical instances to load at init time for temporary use when clients join. This is just things, multiplayer server options, admin functionality 1. Non-admins can never call a vote. Admin password. Okay, so that would be fun to see if we can trigger the what binaries we have into just being a server type thing. Because it's clear that they're doing the same thing as in RF2, where you had a server application which wasn't just aware of resources available on the clients in the form of numerical identifiers, but also required the like the files for a car to be present on the server in order to at all start the server using making that car available. So essentially you would have like a game client sized dedicated server installed running alongside your client if you were running it on the same box, hypothetically. So yes, there's a whole section which is dedicated to just multiplayer server options. That is fun. Join, leave messages. I'm tempted to say 0. To monitor, 1 in car. But also, I'm also kind of terrified about changing anything. Considering the fragile state of this thing. All right. Yes, this is good. Extrapolation time in seconds before car disappears. Okay. Well, that's fun. Settings. Quick chat, controls, driver. Just a lot of stuff. Just generally, here we go. Allow HUD in cockpit. Allow letterboxing. Whether allow letterboxing during replace. Always rebuild clear. Center mirror. Control Alt C to save by vehicle. Cockpit vibration effects. Delay video swap. Other video swap. Car is busy. Display driver radar. Display icons if HUD is off. Flags only to all. Oh, yes. 2. Oh no. Yeah, okay. So 2 is it's already on all. So I want to see warning messages and important stuff even though HUD is off. Driver overlay, car info, car notifications, true, whether or not display. Car overlay flags, game, MFT, blah blah blah. Standings, mode timings, dynamic vertex buffers, enable disable free vertex buffers. Engine emitter flow, whether engine smokes, flames flow over emitting vehicle. Ooh. Environment reflections, live cubic mapping is used if track and car are set up properly. Exaggerate, yaw, visually exaggerates the heading angle of the vehicle by rotating the head, which may improve feel. No. Extra visible vehicles shown in non-driving situations. Full tire shader, turn off only if you get wacky wheels, typically on old supported video cards which are truly not compliant. Gap check, tests for words that are within next meters but not the exact same, reported to TrakRacer T160S and visible by pressing Ctrl H 3 times. Dev build only. Garage, car details, load multiplier when vehicle is in garage. Glance angle, angle to look left, right with controller in, blah blah blah. Groove. Groove is 1, so groovy. HUD component, standard HUD version 1.1 mode 1. Whether or not to display the driver overlay heads up display. HUD ultra wide ratio 0.5. How much of screens with wider aspect ratio than 16:9 will filled by the HUD horizontally? Yeah, okay. HUD file pon screen.ini. Head physics 0. Head rotation. Additional head physics multiplier affecting rotation only. That's not relevant to me. Head car heat effects fade speed, which exhausts heat effects reduced by half. Lean head angle, blah blah blah. Left mirror horizontally. Use control seat controls to save by vehicle. Oh, so, yeah, so okay, that's how you adjust the mirrors, because currently the mirrors are just not useful at all. Nice. Left mirror size, left vert. Lighting probability. Probability of seeing lightning. Live TV displays, load opponent cockpits. Whether load gauges and LCDs for opponent. Don't turn off if you are planning on hot swapping vehicles. Alright. The logo seconds, puts the logo at corner of screen first extra of each session. Look roll angle, irrelevant. Load detail UI, MIP mapping is 1. Max frame rate 0 disable, no positive numbers only, always. We use the alternate method now. Max headlights, visible relative to your car. Note, current system only allows up to 20, and then the value is 250. Okay. Mirror adjustments. Use left shift seat control to save. Oh, so shift and control. Mirror X and shift alt control to save by vehicle. So shift seat, control alt. Okay. Mirror moving rear view. Whether mirrors respond to head movement in cockpit. Oh. Moving rear view. Position only, FOV only. Both. Add 4 if you want to ignore head tracking movement. It actually does this, but that's cool. But that is not for now. Opponent detail 3, opponent texture override, -1 for opponent's vehicle texture, -1 use opponent detail, override scalar, overlay height offset, distance from geometry to help sort drawing skids and grooves, overlay height, distance, overlay height offset, distance from geometry to help sort drawing skids and grooves. Ah, okay. Right, so that is textures which are overlaid on top of the track surface, I guess. Overlay CB bias, draw sorting bias for skids and grooves, 0, none. Partial cockpit view, and suspensions only. Normal cockpit view, pit crew detail level 1, player only. Player detail 3, player livery, texture override, well, rain effects, raindrop, real road system. If true real dynamic road effects are used, can only be turned off in dev mode. Rain spray, rear view, cull, true. Whether to cull objects in the rear view based on vis groups in the SCN file. Rear view driving, true. False off. Applies to nose cam, cockpit, and TV cockpits. Rear view height 14. This might be why the images are so fucking stretched in the rear view mirror. Rear view independent, whether horizontal fob can be controlled independent of the vertical fob. Rear view onboard falls off. Rear view particles, swingman, width. Back clip, back plane distance from mirror in 0, use default for scene. Render once per vsync 0, attempts to render once per vsync 1, use timer, no wait, 2, use vblank, no wait. Okay, so that's vsync. And adaptive vsync, right mirror horizontal, use alt-C to control. Road reflection 0, screen space ambient occlusion, enable screen space ambient occlusion. So this option here is probably a massive hit for low spec hardware users, and it would be interesting to see if that is changed with the post-processing setting, if they are indeed grouping a lot of stuff into one toggle or one option. Seat adjustment, seat pitch, self in rear view, empty for nothing, star for everything. List comma to eliminate instead. Fuck yeah. Smoke flow, soft particle, spark flow, flow over current flow, over other special effects, stabilize rise, and starting view 1, cockpit. Oh, okay, so you can make custom. Steady frame rate threshold, allowed if threshold in seconds try to catch up when falling behind by using max frame rate 0. This helps steady the frame rate but may introduce more latency. Allowed threshold in seconds to try to catch up when falling behind. No, I want you to drop if you fall behind. Steering wheel moving, non-moving, no steering wheel or arms. 3 moving steering wheel but no arms. Sun occlusion false. If true, sunlight is affected by cloud cover. Synchronize frame 1.0 extrapolate graphics used in estimated render time in order to more accurately synchronize physics with graphics. 0 is off, 1 is full. Extrapolate graphics using estimated render time in attempt to more accurately synchronize physics with graphics. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Texture detail 3, texture filtering leveled by linear 60, yeah. Sharpening, make upload bias 5 max value. No, 5 is auto. Hey. This might be my gripe about the blurry road surface. It is currently 5, which means 5 equals 0, 0, auto. 4 equals minus 2, very sharp. 3 is sharp. Okay, so let's try 4. And of course, just do that. So we have the original value to reference later. Texture sharpening, sharpen text, yeah, thunder probability, hearing thunder, okay, is higher than seeing it, that's fine. Tire emitter flow false when the tire dust flow over, nope, that sounds like a expensive fucking operation. Tire ground offset so tire shadows work properly on ground. Track detail 3, transparency AA, soften edges around alpha test objects. Be fun to. Why is there a tab? Okay. See if this actually does anything with the latency on Algarve. The latency spikes even. Background animation 1. UI refresh rate 60, that's fine. Maximum UI refresh rate while in race. Sure. UI autonomous render thread true. VR enable hidden area mask. Enable VR may improve. VR HUD. Oh. Hello. Hello. Depth of the VR UI HUD screen. This is of interest to me because it is very close. But we shall explore this later. Menu depth 0.5. No, well, fuck it. When in Rome, change all the options. So I just want to see what it does. VR projection mode default, not in plane displays. 1, not in plane displays HMD. VR projection mode 0 default 1 equals not in plane displays. Sphere center. Offset below vehicle where sphere center is. Okay. Vehicle flow radius. Sphere radius for smoke, flame, spray, dust. Verify refs. non-retail builds only. Verify HTV and gen references if file. Okay. Vertical FOV degrees 9 is default. Otherwise, is the FOV for the attached cameras. Horizontal is calculated by aspect ratio. Warning light animation speed, safety car light animation, widescreen overlays, true wind and crowd motion. If true, trees responds to ambient wind and crowds have some random motion. Mechanical failures, rate 1. Miscellaneous, auto install, uninstall content in packages directory. Ceph mode, Ceph render mode, GPU sync, GPU share. Player files read only, 0 UI cache path. Cache path of Ceph. UI state, bitfield to save the preferred state of the options, car spinner versus car tree list. Web UI port. Enable UI keyboard now. Enable Q and enter forwards, ESC backwards through the UI. Oh. I like these. Player because reasons. Player file. Race conditions. Blah blah blah. This seems like more local session stuff. Scene A, there's blah blah blah. Sound options. Okay, so sound isn't really a problem for me right now. Don't really need the marker because we have the comments of the original files, and we save this, and then we just make a copy of it. God damn it. Just in case it's over writing my values, vehicle settings. Ah, right, okay, so per car vehicle stuff. Nothing interesting there. Direct input. Oh yeah, that's that file. Custom plugin variables. Debug output, blah blah blah. TrakRacer LMU plugin DLL. I'm just gonna save myself some resources and say 0. I really don't need that. Shared memory plugin we do need for what's his face? Crew chief? Current controls. Direct input, current controls. Alternate neutral activation. Auto reverse false. Relook stuff. Oh. Steering torque extrapolation blend. Steering torque extrapolation time. Steering torque filter. This one I recognize. That's the term. Squishiness value. Torque zero speed multiplier. This is of interest to me. And these Range from vehicle through steering wheel range 450. Stop sequential if neutral configured. Okay, so these we know. Steering torque extrapolation time. Extrapolation blend. These will be interesting to test and monitor. Settings. Yeah, so that's about it. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, steering aggression. Steering rate. Return rate multiplier. I think this and this. These two values I do suspect are related to my gripes with the current force feedback stuff. So sensitivity type. Okay. So what is known about these values? If your wheel is not turning how it should, specifically not linearly, try this. All to one. Both steering options in the game use blah blah blah. I saw an attack fallen and I can perform Pro. Man, does it ever. Glad it helps. Steering is still off. Okay, so the problem he was trying to resolve was your wheel is not turning how it should. Specifically, not linearly. Factor all to one. Because the snap is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculously strong compared to other things. At the end of the first post, SOP says, always make sure to change the ones in the player section and then direct input. I just changed the one that were 0.5 to 1.1, 1.0 and clicked save. I was looking at some code-based text. I see black images now. Yes, these do affect the some for the worse. I have tried each isolated, and the steering snap factor I have gone to the extreme 9 even. This certainly tightens up the car. I don't have time at the mo, but I can see one going down a real rabbit hole with this to find nirvana. But I think you just get used to what you get used to. That is absolutely true. All the information is already being given to me. These settings do not unlock more. They can only increase what is already there. Yes, but I don't want more, I want less. I don't know if steering snap factor from 0.5 to 2.5, for instance, means I am drowning out other signal, which is currently the case. Someone or a team even took some time and research to come to these numbers based on the information which I don't have, but it's something that can be, with spare time, played with. Alright, so we are then looking at 0.5, 0.5, 1.0, 1.0, 0.5, so they've literally slapped those in. I don't do much tinkering, to be honest. Could send you crazy. Yes, I relate so much to this. But I'm already past that point, so, you know, doesn't really matter. Oh, shit. Did it not? Oh. Hello. Why can't I hear this? Oh, I can't hear it because I don't have that source in this thing. I'm so sorry. Greetings. I don't speak your language, sir. Blah blah blah. What the heck is this dude saying? Or what are you saying, my good man? I have no idea. Slates. Let's see. Hey there, everybody. You're all alone. There's no one online. I'm here. Blah, blah, blah. You're all alone. Ask me, are you new? How to do commands. You don't look like YouTube or anything. Tell me how it feels. Okay. Yeah, no, I do indeed not look like YouTube or anything. That is very true. Whatever. Let's see. It is really just a scaling factor. Remember, the FFB is just the output of the physics engine, so it has to be calibrated in some way. This is true. Will generate a force as a fraction of full based on whatever factor. So curb vibrations or similar aside, the output is scaled to 1 automatically. It is up to the devs how calibration is done, but generally the standard 100% has a fair bit of clipping, as the majority of weak consumer fields would maximize force. To most people, lowering gives more room on the game side, which then give more spikes, peaks. This is also very true, and what I'm experiencing is literally like if I turn down force feedback, yes, the curb rattle does decrease, but it is still by orders of magnitude stronger than anything else. And in particular, the snaps are also ridiculously strong compared to the car, the hand feel of the car when you are just steering it within, say, like the first 90 degrees while loading the tires, and then it just goes brutal the second you start getting into like slightly slipping, getting like utilizing the slip angle of the car. Then it's just like fucking ramps up to a degree that is not good. I would say though, even when you analyze telemetry once you get down to 60 or so, the things you were preserving by going lower are huge curb strikes, impacts, and that kind of thing. Not really useful feedback. True, and I don't want them to be what is dominating, which they are currently doing. Worth checking per car though, and sometimes with different setups, not so much in LMU. Also, I noticed then that yesterday when the tires get hot, and thus they are stiffer, because more pressure, the force feedback follows, which is okay. But it is crazy how much the force feedback increases, and especially the curb rattle when tires are at optimal pressures, or what I think is. Back again to the modifier, just check. I'm 90 for it's not placebo effect, and there is a definite change in feel, subtle, but it is there for sure. I attempted to up the snap factor further, as Fingers has done, and that really helps with the somewhat sluggish lack of response in oversteer moments. Yes. So, if the only means I have to control the curb rattle is filtering the signal, then I could compensate by increasing these other things. But I really like the general feeling. I got 0.5 with setting. I've got with the 0.5 settings set to 1.0. But I'm interested. But be interesting to hear your thoughts, blah, blah, blah. If you really ramp the figures, you can tell they definitely change things, and you can get it in a right mess. Try ramping up to the 11th Spinal Tap style to test. To see, nothing new from my side, but I put things into context, showing that the topic isn't a simple one. As Laza and many others said correctly, in-game and wheelbase strength, volume, gain values, whatever you name it, are just scaling factor, and both together are the combined scaling factor. Yep. Yeah. All right. So that, yeah, indeed. So this makes sense. There's different. There are different. Yes, of course. So when you increase from 100 to 200% and something is 0.5, you only increase that half. So yeah, okay. Now, yep. I don't get why they did this. Why not keep separate things, or keep the settings separate? Because there is no way that a DD base is going to feel as good. Like the thing I'm trying to say, there is no average wheelbase and no average perception or experience of what is real based on how people have been up to this point allowed to somewhat somewhat separately adjust things such as impacts and road effects and so on and so on and so on. And we are now left with predetermined values which scale unevenly when you increase a thing. So on a 23 Newton meter wheelbase running are capped at, or uncapped, meaning running at 100%, that can end up very bad. if like we look at the values, where the fuck is skinny? There it is. We have like a snap factor of 0.5 and a steering sensitivity of 1 and a return rate multiplier of 1. So if it snaps, and this is the return rate, how quickly the wheel wants to recenter, then you'll have a weak snap representation, and then you'll have a car that is fighting you like a fucking lion if you exceed a given sensitivity or percentage for the strength. So what I found was like at 60 to 63, the dead zone under load is vastly less, significantly less, or not there at all, so far I could tell, at least, compared to what David was complaining about, where he was like, why the fuck does the car feel dead when I'm just loading up the tires and steering it, and then suddenly when you get out to past like 90 degrees rotation on the wheel, then it just goes into murder mode. And this is it. This is why. So like, why are Why, like, they have commented more or less all of the other configuration files with what each value does. Why not here? That would be super useful. But I would imagine that the steering aggression is how quickly it reacts to stuff from the engine. Steering rate factor would then be a multiplier of this, of maybe everything, or the steering rate. No, steering rate would be the rotation of the wheel, I guess. I don't know. Return rate. Ah, yes, okay. Ah, hello. Is this why we have infinite wobble? Because if the rate factor is half of that of the return, how does it ever equalize? I'm almost tempted setting all these values to 1 just to do the tap test. But I'm going to continue this thread. It is long, but I think this post in particular here actually has some useful stuff in it, because he is actually doing formulas and stuff. Together they are the companions creators, blah blah blah, which is no matter which value you set game in or at the wheelbase, hence why I ended up muting everything feedback in the wheelbase. Both ways will result in the exact same outcome in terms of feel or FFB quality, unless the one or the other device or both together are driven at the bottom or top of their range, where their supposed linear I/O behavior isn't guaranteed, as example, but not only is the case when the clipping happens. That's why you often hear people swearing that there is a difference. Yes, because every operator in a signal change does not have a linear I/O under any circumstance. And the more one tries to prove their point that there is a difference, the more likely the values are chosen that make the devices behave non-linear. Yes, but that's not the point, and kind of counterproductive in the first place. It is an old and lame topic, but always worth to be repeating. Clipping occurs when in-game computed absolute telemetry torque value exceeds the top end, e.g. max Newton meter, that you set in the digital realm by choosing the top end of this 1 to 0 range, into which the computed steering torque is to be scaled normalized. That is why iRacing lets you set that top value to an absolute Newton meter value. The online app illustrates. Okay. It's about normalization, where absolute digital values are mapped to the absolute Newton meter range of your wheelbase. Exactly, so this is why everything about this approach is so fucking stupid. I'm so sorry. But yeah, it is. Smaller than the digital does. Where was I? Map to the range of your blah blah blah. Yeah, i.e. scaling the digital dynamic range to the analog dynamic range. The latter typically smaller than the digital, thus IRL range, even with a DD wheelbase with 32 Newton. With 32 Newton dot. When crashing in reality, the steering shaft peak torque can exceed any DD base by far. But that is not needed nor desired in a simulator anyway, as in reality, where the materials are designed to break on purpose at certain torque level values. Yeah. And this is part of what really set me off yesterday, because this is not at all considered in the current way they are representing FFB in this title, because like 23 Newton, that is monkey strength. Like if you convert it to like force, and the force a thing is able to apply, say if you're holding your hands out like you're holding a steering wheel, and there is a chimpanzee sat on the opposite side with its hands on top of your hands and doing mimicking things such as a wheel being fighting you. 23 Newton is not far away from an animal that can literally rip your face off. So if you then translate that to caring about your clients or your customers' health or ability to maintain use of wrists that will last them for the remainder of their lifetime, this is while they are staying true to being a simulator, there are aspects which are not being simulated, such as the steering column snapping rather than fucking ripping your arms off. If you take something such as a large moving object with straight to your, say, front right wheel while you are holding the wheel at 30 degrees or like post 30 degrees, and there is therefore the possibility of your arm not being in a optimal position to receive this force and resist it. And then they have this shit which just like it can randomly just kick back at you even though nothing has happened. It is insane. Absolutely insane. But anyway, that is a tirade, and I'm not gonna tilt myself over FFB like I did yesterday. I'm just gonna keep on learning what is known or speculated to be true. That's why you don't want to set in-game FFB strength to 100%. Fully behind this. I almost fucked my wrists yesterday doing curb rattle tests at 100%. I even just for fun, just to see if there's a big difference in 100 to 200% in terms of the curb rattle. And no, that effect is already peaking at 100, like a lot peaking, like painful peaking, if you hit the curb at the right speed, with the right angle, with the right tire pressure. It is like I had to let go of the wheel because I've broken my wrists a couple of times, let's say, over the years. And it was legitimately painful to try to hold on to the wheel. And that was at 100%. And it is still true at 63%, while 63% is bordering on where FFB is starting to become mushy. And I can over time probably learn to understand it, but it is suboptimal. Why can't I have an option that says curb rattle or curb something and then just dial down that effect? Because it is literally fast bump in the physics engine. Fast bump being triggered in the suspension. So the physics engine is aware of it. And I mean, fast bumps, they don't really happen all that often past when you try to jump a curb, which is also painful in this game, and you drive on things such as curbs or uneven, like super uneven surfaces, which is rare to find on racetracks these days. I mean, imagine driving, what's it called? That American airplane track with the big fucking concrete blocks as a track surface in this title. I mean, I think the track is here. I have not tested it. Or is it here? No. Anyway, imagine testing that track in this shit. It would probably rip your arms off. Anyway, speculation. Except with low torque wheelbases where clipping is utilized to work as a signal compressor, so that you have some headroom for FFB peaks and then just adds... Okay, so I lost the train here. That's why you mostly don't want to set it to, except with low torque. So that you have some headroom for FFB peaks. And yeah, I've just ranted about that. And then just adjust the absolute FFB strengths that you can have by setting the wheelbase gain volume strength to a percentage of your taste. That assumes that these values are sane, which I really don't think they are, based on the fact that I can basically set my settings in the driver to values which are comfortable in AC and in AC and in Dirt 2.0 and so on and so on and so on. And if I then just gently tap the wheel will just slightly move and stop, while here the return rate returns the wheel to the center. So in order to get around this, I need to run to allow the simulator to dictate how much the wheel is fighting me at any point in time. And if I lower that value in the driver, because I cannot do it via the UI, I would have to go and dig here to find these values. Then if I just gently tap on the wheel, it'll just keep on wobbling ad infinitum, and as if there's a feedback loop. And this makes sense based on these two, I suspect. So yeah, I'm just gonna finish this response because it's really good so far. It is on point. In general, the idea to match with e.g. Motec your wheelbase FFB torque value to the FFB in-game computed torque value at steering shaft is feasible, correct? And there is nothing wrong with OP's method, and his IRL experience makes his approach so interesting. But most GT and LMH alike cars have power steering assists in between shaft and steering wheel column that scales the input-output transfer ratio to the driver's tastes needs. Yes, and that is literally what we are missing in this game as it stands, because they have been removed from the UI. With linear or non-linear characteristics and dampening or no dampings, etc., depending on what's technically provided by the steering assist device. Okay, so and this is not a gripe that actually pissed me off yesterday, because like there is the steering at rates which makes it feel like I am feeling the car have these ridiculous peaks, which is highly unrealistic, considering that, as it states here in black and white, that we have power steering in these machines. Power steering even in these machines. It would be insane to send anyone out on track with these cars without there being anything electronic damping the forces which are acting upon the dampers and thus transferring to the person. It is fucking insane to me. I could understand, it feels at times as if I am driving like a heavy Saab from the 70s when I lose the car and I have to fight it to regain control. So yeah, in my honest opinion, it all comes down to the question: where does Motec measure in reality and in the sim the steering shaft torque, before or after the PSA? As far as I know, iRacing computes the raw torque value, i.e. without considerations whether an IRL power steering assist is in place or not. To be honest, iRacing doesn't simulate much, but fair. Which kind of makes sense, because if a PSA is in place, iRacing and any other sim do not provide a virtual PSA with parameters to be manipulated by your choice. Yes, but you could also make the argument that the whole game is literally like a PSA. You know. But anyway, which isn't needed anyway, because you are actually doing the exact same thing, thus creating your own. Yes, by setting there we go. This is why I like this post. This guy he first sets up the argument and then he just rams it up your ass. Very nice. By setting the many possible parameters of an IRL PSA with many FFB settings provided in game scaling damping, those are no longer available. Those are here, but not in the UI, because they think we are stupid, apparently. TLDR, the in-game and or wheelbase FFV settings act like your PSA in reality. Yes, that you set to your taste, to what the car manufacturer and race engine, blah, 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 to be appropriate. So if OP prefers a particular tire, car, track, dependent IRL steering, torque, strength, and feel in reality, he replicates it by the tools in the game and wheelbase offers. Yes, with and without JSON changes. That might have been true, but it is no longer. Whereas OP basically matches the sim to what he decided he wanted to feel IRL in the first place. by his individual IRL PSA settings or none if there is no PSA. Yes, and this is the core of my... This is why I was so fucking tilted yesterday, but put in so much more elaborate terms. Even in IRL, your force feedback, blah blah blah, is what you choose it to be. There is no absolute torque I/O behavior in reality, except there is no power steering assist, and your mechanical steering drive chain from bearings, levers, caster damper, torque, steering, blah blah blah, up to steering wheel diameter matches a deliberate reference. Insofar, OP's parameter changes or method isn't wrong, right, worse, or better. That is true. And replicating this, because it all really comes down to what your tools are. Meaning, what kind of wheelbase do you have? Is it cogs? Is it belts? Is it direct drive? How strong is it? Like, if it is a strong DD, it is able to counter its own momentum far quicker than a weaker DD. So while testing perhaps these settings on an 8 Newton meter base might not murder your wrists, scaled up, they certainly will. So this is the absolute failure in design or consideration in so far the options we have available in the UI go. It is amazing to me that there are three values: smoothing, there's strength, and then there's collision strength. And collision strength seems to do nothing but increase the resistance in the wheel when somebody is rubbing up against you. So I don't fucking know what is going on here. But it'll be interesting to explore these values to see what they reveal. And then meow incessantly about it until I get what I want. Hopefully. It's mentioned that using a few filters is possible, as few filters as possible will reduce latency. Of course, always. Each operation takes time. My take: yes, aiming for the shortest latency is priority number one. Yes, though while filters do cause latency, I doubt that our practical cause, such as particular latency, no matter how many filters you stack, is greater than 1 millisecond. Pro simulators try to get in the 5 to 15 millisecond range. Simagic reconstruction filter is confirmed to add a minimal latency, but it is unclear if it can be felt. Mika from SC broke it down once in a forum by saying filters except reconstruction filter don't add latency, which seems to be a reasonable statement to me. Yeah, I'd agree. Considering that the PC Windows caused USB round trip times are very likely higher than any wheelbase internal latency with or without filters. Yes, but that is true. But that only means that this latency stacks on top of any latency, which then is created by filters. So it kind of, I see what you're saying, but it's not an argument neither here nor there, and probably it wasn't intended as such, just to point out that the latency is already ridiculous in Windows, and adding a couple of milliseconds really doesn't hurt. But at the same time, to me, there felt like there was a very delayed response from the car after losing the rear with given specific settings, meaning the ones with the large quote-unquote dead zone in the center underload. I'd really like to know the true latency of sim racing devices, especially wheelbases and motion systems, but the manufacturers won't tell. There is someone who has been doing shake tests, and there is a graph somewhere, but yeah. All said in my previous post doesn't contradict the value, so that is true. It is very useful to replicate the steering feel he experienced in reality, like a reference based on how he sets up his real car steering behavior of what an IRL race car driver finds appropriate for his needs. Yes, And this is a great summary of the thing that annoys me with modern things, where they seem to be catering to the lowest common denominator and offering no toggle to show us all the options, which would then cater better to, say, a high-endish, high-power, high-Newton DD bass. I don't get it. Why are they doing this? That is a question I'm going to ask them, so it'll be interesting to see what the response will be. Similar to which brake pedal travel and force is realistic or not, in the real car you will and can set it to whatever you prefer within limits of design, blah, blah, blah. Might find the right reference. Okay, yes, I have the same feelings. This is the most... I love this thread. I wish all threads would be like this. Someone who had changed the oscillation setting, and all of a sudden I can feel the rear again. Not to the level I could pre-December 10, but enough now that I can catch rear slides again. I'll no doubt get told it's just placebo, and so be it if it is. It is the game I play the most, and the more it is more enjoyable again. So win-win. Yeah, like the whole placebo argument is just for people, I believe, who actually do not have experience a problem, or is simply not capable of sensing the changes because they don't have a point of reference and thus don't know what they are looking for. Like what to them might already feel perfect as delivered by or shipped by the devs may feel like shit to someone who has actually driven a car. So, or it may simply be that they are on a belt drive driven base while the other guy who's complaining is on a DD base and nobody cares to ask. So it's there's so much relative things in this discussion that often is overlooked and disregarded by people who have no fucking idea what they're talking about. So the whole placebo thing is just once it's declaring that you don't care or you don't know when you talk about placebo. That is my sense. I don't know why I go into these rants, but I feel a need that I need to. I feel a strong need to. I made 3 copies of my direct input JPEGs and opened them all up in Notepad++ and doing my best to confuse myself about which file was which. Basically just switch between them until I didn't know which one was on. Blind test, very good. Having already scrolled down to the correct area with the window long enough that I couldn't see which tab I was on in my peripheral vision. I put these values to 0, 0.1 and 1.0. All values the same in each file. Edit, not changed. It's 1.0 by default. Right, okay. So he's just... Yeah, but that is the... I suspect that this is like the... Like, if this is the literal interpretation here is the return of the steering, the rate of the return, the power that it can exert when it's trying to recenter or fight you while steering, then this is very likely a thing that should also be tested like this and not just left at 1. But if it is relative to all the others and such blah blah blah, sure, it is a thing. But I have a feeling that I'm almost tempted to, because I suspect that this is the thing that is so strong, that I'm tempted to drop it to the other values, run everything at 0.5. Because this is rate, factor, and factor. So factor is power of, and the rate is the frequency. Yeah, I'm going to test this. I love this thread. I'm gonna try to finish what is relevant. Not on my rig, so basically everything that's 0.5 by default. I changed to those 3 copies. Blah blah blah. Saved, all closed, and randomized for each test. Got current device direct input JSON copied on and blah, blah. Yeah, okay. Worth nothing. This isn't an ideal change, as I've made 3 variants, which can easily confuse things, proven with Coke versus Pepsi versus other tests as well. Yes, and I'm also not blind to which file is which when I'm moving them in, which makes it easy likely to start to identify each file instead of proper blind test where you don't even know. Yeah, but this can be scripted. This is a simple script. So I ran the game 6 times using file 1, then 2, then 3, then 1, then 2, 1, 3. Took notes after each, each based on what I thought I was feeling. 2 laps at Portimao to try to to try and feel weight transfer. Wheel weight at slow and fast corners, trying to keep track of cold and mostly hot tire temps. By the end of the first cycle, I was fairly sure that file 2 was the 1.0 file, and further confirmed that in the second cycle. Note again with the flawed method, knowing that I was using which file. Okay, had trouble working out which was of the others was which. Changed opinion on the second cycle. I might note my lap times converged through the second cycle, but wasn't pushing crazy hard anyway. I was actually honestly surprised, and I've not read it, but I would not be surprised if it is 0.5 or a lesser value or 0 value. When I opened up the file, and my file 2 was so the one I had most responsive, snappiest FFB had 0.1 for the values above. Looking at fingers, I would guess trying lower than 0.1 values at some point. If I decided to do this properly, and then he talks about scripts. Yes. So he just did convenient thing quickly to just get a feel, not so much legit blind tests. Clever man. Very interesting. Thanks. I'll give you a blah 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 and report back. Out of interest, did you use all car classes? When I went to LMP Hypercar with the settings, they didn't feel as good. But the settings I do find degree different FFB to everything else, and this is what David mentioned, that FFB is not uniform in the simulation, which means that either the telemetry readings vary from class to class in their strength, which would make no sense, but I don't know. Anyway, that's not for now. So what we'll might need is a little utility that allows you to create and save a preset, then allows you to select which one to be used. Let's say there were 4 options, keep things simple. Yeah, and that is another thing I've been pondering, like, does it read the FFB settings on loading the simulation, and therefore we can then do this without having to restart the game every time we want to drive a different class? I was only in the LMP2. It occurred to me that I should test the other classes, but blah blah blah. I should point out, I suspect the bottom line of my testing is I was likely imagining any difference, but as that's what I originally thought, I'm probably biased. In any case, until there's some sort of conscious consensus, I think people should test for themselves and decide what works best for them. We could probably ask a dev and get confirmation as to which of these settings actually do anything. But I know from past experience, people tend to stick with what they feel regardless, and first impressions are always hard to shake. Yes. And mine are not great, but I'm good at shaking things. Further update, confirming that these are the settings I tried as they default to 0.5. Yes, that is confirmed. I've just run a few more tests, changing those and this one, default one. The first time driving the Ferrari GT3 with 3 file variants for those 4 values. Probably 1.0, long story. I could barely tell any difference, and by the end, yes. So then the question to me is, what wheelbase does this guy have? How many newtons is he allowing it to do things? Did he announce that in the top in his initial post? This is page. Okay, so it is not the same. So steering torque says minimum effect strength, jolt magnitude. The settings you'll be adjusting are from steering aggression down to steering maximum rotation from driver. Basically just copy the settings here and the factor multiplier values that are set below 1. And you want to set them to note these tests. Jason's settings do not include the smoothing setting available in the game menus. Yes, that was hidden in another one. I recommend in setting this off or initial testing and tuning. You can turn this back on later if you choose, but if you want the FFB signal to be delivered to the wheel completely unfiltered and raw. That is what I prefer, to be fucking honest. TD2, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this guy has an application. Okay, the image below shows my feedback scale set to linear. I adjust the setting based on tracks. For very bumpy tracks like Sebring, I tend to use linear, and that was the track I was thinking about. For smooth tracks like Spa and Lug, I will use peak. In my testing, this is a quick and easy way to limit dampening and other filters. I typically use linear for cars like the other. For the record, most and driver is adjustable in the car, and the drivers will typically run assists on tracks like Sebring, specifically for this reason. Yes, the yes, the lose a little bit of weight in the steering and a little bit of feel from the front tires. But when you are driving for a 2-hour stint at Sebring, you need all the help you can get to fight fatigue. Damn straight. By far the most important adjustments to make. I cannot take credit as it was from a video of Gary Smith of GS Sim Racing that gave me the idea to dive deeper into this. This is the video. Definitely check it out. I'm gonna do that. The important thing is that you need a free download of Motec iTunes Pro Data analysis software, which you can find here. Then you will need a plugin to log LMU telemetry data in the format that can be used in i2 Pro. Blah, 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 blah. Once you have everything installed and running, you are ready to test and log data. I recommend using GT car tests for your initial testing and logging, as they seem to be pretty close to 1-to-1 steering torque with a torque ratio. For high steering, I would recommend starting 50% on both your wheelbase and sim. Yes. There is no harm in going higher or lower, so long you are aware of the risks running higher FFB strength. 50% is also a good starting point. Yep. Match in game. The important thing is that the strength values should match the in-game and on your wheelbase. 50% is a good starting, so you can easily move up and or down from there. The important thing is that the strength values should match in-game and on your wheelbase. Once you've done that, go out and do some laps. Get your tires up to temp and focus on the feeling of the FFB. If it is far too weak or soft to you, feel free to adjust the strength values up and down 5-10%, blah, 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 making sure that you allow the tires to fully get up to temp before you adjust further. Again, make sure that the strength values match. Once you have found FFB strength that feels good to you, drive a few laps at race pace, but that is why would it need to be matched? Like if I'm putting my if I apply 0 of the additional options like inertia, mechanical friction, and so on, if all this 0, this is literally just 11.5 Newton. being allowed to be output by the base. Perhaps this is some Fanatec stuff, I don't know. But okay, like, it's a fun thing I could test. I'm not going to explain how to use Item That's, yep, that is true. YouTube, blah, blah, blah. Navigate the Item blah, 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 blah. Once you get the workbook and data, fucking hell. FFB output, which is displayed in centered, very little torque being applied, like on a straight. The second channel will be steering shaft torque. It's planning Newton switcher. Okay, so this data is actually available in the sim. That is neat. Steering rack force you essentially felt through the steering wheel as the vehicle turns, brakes, goes over bumps, etc. So steering rack force. So that is what I suspect is that auto value. Channels should line up pretty closely, but you notice that channel for FFB would see another choppier and so if we're comparing data on one channel with amplifier time, if you want blah 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 blah, you can scan through the data in I2 and see that your FFB output is going to track your steering shaft or basically 1-to-1, which is exactly what we're looking for, and lets you know. That is assuming that. Yeah, but then this is operating on the assumption that there is no like power steering, because you will never feel the raw torque in the thing, and the output will never be the same in a car which has such things. But to like line up the output from the base and the input the base is receiving from the game, I mean, it's a good starting point then to then dial down. Using no filters or dampening can cause oscillation when you let go of the steering wheel while driving. A solution for this: don't let go of the steering wheel when you're driving, dummy. No race car driven in the world is letting go of both hands of their steering wheel while driving down a straight. And if you're throwing a bunch of damping on your wheel to prevent it from oscillating with your hands off the wheel, you're robbing yourself of important information that can help you drive faster and more consistently. You should feel this wheel moving around on the straights. You should feel bumpy and notchy or busy. Because that's what it feels like to drive a real race car with a stiff suspension and spherical bearings and heim joints and all the pickup, blah blah blah. When you brake way too hard entering a corner and the ABS activates, it's going to feel violent as the tire are micro-locking and skipping across the track surface. Another awesome job modeling this. Yes, that is true. Because that's how it feels in real life. This isn't the same as driving your Toyota Corolla 10 miles over the posted speed limit on an up ramp. Slow down there, Speed Racer. This is violent, it is brutal, and real life it's exhausting. All of this is true, but also I would very much like to keep my wrists somewhat functional for longer than for the next couple of years. I am not that old. Consistently and with enough stamina to complete. So if you want a truly realistic experience, don't throw a bunch of filters and dampening on the FFB signal so it feels like your grocery gather street car. I agree. If it is too strong for you, bring the FFB strength down equally in the game and on your base until you find the level that works for you. Or on Fanatec bases, try setting the FFB scales to linear instead of peak. Other bases may have a similar settings to this, but I'm not familiar with the names of those settings. Basically, what I'm getting at is say no to filters and damping. I agree. Fuck them all. But god damn it, we need sane values for what the sim is allowed to output, as to not end up in me breaking my arms because while I am looking for real, I am not looking for pain. This same process can be used both blah blah blah. Intentional by the devs, something to do with the downforce of the cars. But if you use the one-on-one process with reduced power and review the data in I2, you will notice that the FFB output signal will be a bit higher than the steering shaft torque signal, even with multi-stack filtering applied. See the graph below. You can see that the higher the steering and the forces are, the greater the difference is between the two channels. To me, didn't find this bothersome, and I felt like I was getting good information through the force feedback. However, there will be people that see this post and only drive LMP and or LMDH, and they will ask about this. So in order to fix the difference between the signals, you need to do one of two things. Either you decrease the FFB strength on your wheelbase, or you can increase the FFB strength in-game. Doing either will close the gap between the signals, but you will need to log and review your data to see how much you need to adjust one or the other to bring the signals closer together. Once you've found what your adjustment is, that it now becomes your new ratio for this car. So there is pretty much all of the GT cars. So where pretty much all of the GT3 cars are a 1-to-1 ratio between FFB output and steering shaft torque, the LMDH cars will use a different ratio. Yeah. So David, this is for you. Maybe it's maybe it might be 1.1 to 1.9. For example, 95% FFB strength in game, and for example 65 FFB strength in game and 58 on the wheel. Whatever the ratio is, write it down and use that as your reference. Once you know it, you can move the total FFB strength up and down to increase blah 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 blah. Yeah, this makes sense. I made it fun. Thank you. I hope these settings will transform you, Maryland, for fun. Here's a couple of gifts from track noise. God damn. God damn. I have a base V2 and works best with this setting on 0. That way you don't have that spring effect which pulls the steering towards 0. Not needed with everything I listed above on the ED wheels. Not sure on belt drive wheels, but might be worth trying on your setup. Game spring effect strength to 0. Not needed with everything I listed above. Oh, okay, yeah, so sure, of course. The cog and belt drives do have a spring, don't they? Or not necessarily the belts, but at least the cogs. People are obviously 3-3s, whatever. Oh, I didn't mean to. I have to politely disagree with you based on my own experience and research. Okay, so what did he say? There is no denying that placebo effect. Yeah, this guy is the other guy, which I was agreeing with. Why the fuck? There is no denying the placebo effect, and if actually it exists. But I mean, for fuck's sakes, you always even said yourself it felt better to you, even though it might be placebo. But likely the explanation is also you have a different reference point. But anyway, I'm not going to argue with a forum post. But I think it's important to point out matching the FFB output percentage to the steering shaft torque carries no special benefit. In fact, they just seem to about match when you use typical FFB values to reduce clipping. Between 60 and 75, which is where I ended up by process of elimination, which is fun, is a coincidence of numbers coming from the designed level of clipping at 100%. But yeah, so the game lets you go to 200, which is fucking scary. And the fact that the game doesn't model power steering. Gary's video focuses largely on this. Nice graphs to match, but there is no actual reason to worry about such a thing. For FFB per output percentage the game sends to the wheel has more than enough precision to preserve any details you might feel excessively so, I'd argue. Whether the game FFB strength is 60 or... That is absolutely bullshit. This, sir, this is incorrect, at least at the time of reading. I ran it at 20 with the base at 100, and the only real effect that made it through was curb rattle. I have to politely disagree with you based on my own experience and research. I tried dozens of best FFB settings that have been posted over the internet, and I logged the data and reviewed each time in Motec. The vast majority of recommendations leave a very large gap between FFB output and steering shaft torque, and the further apart these two values are, the less detailed and informative feedback was what I received through my base. And there is the relativity thing, the point of reference. which is super important before throwing shit like placebo out, which this guy arguably does in the most conscious and polite way possible, but he's kind of arguing against himself a little bit. Before I tried any of the recommendation I found online, I used the method that I personally use on pretty much every other sim I've driven, which have worked very well for me. That method is to set my wheelbase strength at 100%. That is me. To reduce the in-game strength until I feel I reach the desired torque output I want from my wheelbase. But this means that curb rattle will piss off the neighbors severely. Torque output for me, that's usually around the 15 Newton millimeter range, which measure and monitor on the LCD display of my DD2. I was successful at achieving that in LMU, lowering the in-game strength down to around the 35% range, but the FFB was still very lackluster. Yes. There was virtually no feedback from the front at slower speeds. Confirmed, no sense of weight transfer. Confirmed, and at that it is delayed, severely delayed. And the self-centering effect was extremely exaggerated, anywhere above typical pit lane speeds. Yes, and the self-centering thing is the thing I believe is in part the problem of the curb rattle. Additionally, the tires still felt like they were on top of the track surface rather than connected to the track surface. I tried adjusting a lot of settings as well, from lowering the jolt force in game to raising and lowering steering torque sensitivity, lowering the wheelbase values for force, spring, and damper settings for the game and output signals. I even tried adding dampening, friction, and inertia post filters to the wheelbase, which is something I typically never used in any sim, and I agree. And nothing worked to get the FFB to feel the way that I know it should feel based on my real life experience, having driven hundreds of laps at Interlagos in dozens of different cars. When I stumbled upon Gary's video, I tried his settings, and while they were better, they still weren't right based on my blah blah blah. So I started playing with values, testing various combinations of strength, logging, process. What is conclusion? While matching, I started increasing the values to get where I am now, which coincidentally also is outputting the right at a maximum of 15 newtons to my wheelbase, just like I was able to do using 100% strength and 35% in game. But the difference in detail and information is night and day better using the settings I use now, and comparing the Motec data between my current settings and the base 100% base and 35% in game shows a very large gap between. Yeah, because like this is if I were to play with settings which will not piss off the neighbors, this is very close to what I would do. Because the strength scaler in game is the only way to reduce the curb rattle, which like just vibrates through the floor, through the ceiling and the walls down to my neighbors who are trying to sleep, which is not cool. And then everything else suffers because everything is not scaled correctly relative to the curb rattle, according to most people I've heard speak on the topic, complaining about why is the curb rattle so fucking strong. Output percentage being much higher than steering shaft torque. I was still achieving the same 15 Newton of max torque output, but all of that torque output was being compressed into the very high load torque range. Yes, this is literally me and the things, except put elaborately and not in layman's terms. And leaving all of the low and medium torque very anemic. Yes, this is the dead zone in the center under load. I even went back to old settings with both with and without the JSON file changes. There is drastic difference in the quality of the FFB. This method has worked for me with the goal of making my sim experience feel like my real life experience. Maybe you prefer a less realistic feeling. Ouch. To your FFB, so you found settings that are satisfactory to you. And if so, that's great. Yeah. My goal was to recreate what I feel driving my own race car, and I've been able to accomplish that to a level that is satisfactory to me. So fuck placebo. Placebo is a you just declare that you really you can't disprove anything or prove anything. It's just like, oh yeah, but I don't think it's I can feel it, therefore you can't feel it, and or I think I've made an improvement, therefore it is better, which is super a thing when it comes to making car setups and blah blah blah. Also going to set up these things, but the point of reference, expectations of how the car should behave, those are the things that matter. Not whether somebody can interpret external stimuli to the same in the same manner that somebody else can, because that is literally impossible. How can we prove that what I see as red is red to you? It might be as well be that your brain interprets that particular wave of light as something entirely different, like turquoise or green or whatever. It's just all ridiculous. I wish people would stop basing arguments on these things. It's pointless. I'm not sure how much real-life experience you have driving on real life, but the vast majority of sim racers likely have little to none, and those who have the experience even less. Likely have very little to none, and those that do have experience even less have experience driving at Interlagos, and even fewer have driven both Interlagos and Sebring. Having that experience, I believe, gives me a very good barometer to gauge the FFB that a sim offers. I know by heart all of the bump, curbs, elevation changes, camber changes, and every other track detail you can imagine at Interlagos. I know the line you have to drive in real life, which, by the way, is not the same line most people drive in sims, because you'd destroy the car if you did. And I know how it feels when you're off that line versus on it. I know what it's like to get on to the end of Reta Oposta and find out your brakes have failed and you have to use all of the runoff available to not end up in the wall. I also know that it's like what it's like to hit the brakes at the end of the main straight at 150 plus miles per hour to enter Curva Dozena for your entire windshield to be instantly full of flames because you're of an engine fire. Even have pictures of the instrument. Okay, yeah. So like this guy is just like a bitch. Sit down, listen to me. Point being, I know what a race car should feel like, and the method I've shared with the community is the closest that I've ever been able to come in any simulator to date. That is encouraging to hear. This isn't a placebo effect, and it is, as I've mentioned, it shouldn't even be something you have to defend, because it's a fucking falliterkläring to make such arguments. I build data acquisition system for a living. I analyze the data for race teams to help them go faster, and I don't assume any data is 100% valid until I can quantify the results of that data and either reproduce the results or validate the result by creating an opposite result using inverse inputs. To you, I'm just some guy posting on the internet like you are to me, and that's fine by me. I don't have anything to prove here, and I'm just sharing my knowledge. Oh my god, I want to marry this person. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, dude. Fucking hell. Oh, this is the most polite fuck you I've ever read. And also well reasoned. Anyway, blah blah blah. My knowledge to better the community. Tip of the hat to you, sir. In real life, I'm someone that eats, breathes, and lives motorsport every day, and every dollar I earn comes from some form of racing or modifying vehicles for improved performance, and I've been doing it for longer than the vast majority of sim racers have probably been alive. I've used that knowledge and experience to find what I feel like is an extremely accurate simulation of my real life experiences, and I'm sharing it with the community. If you're not interested in trying it out, no problem. No one is trying to force you to. However, please don't assume that the information I'm sharing is a placebo effect. Yes. And it's so fun. Like, he even used the argument. This guy even used the argument against himself, and then kind of blind tested himself and then said, even though placebo, this felt better. So what's the point of even bringing up placebo? Are you placebo addicted, sir? If so, it's really easy to quit. Anyway, to blah blah blah. No problem. I assure you, because I can assure you that I can assure you that I have already confirmed for myself that it is not. Well before I ever decided to make this post. Dude, am I logged in? No, I will bookmark and follow this dude. I want to read every line of text he has produced on this forum. God damn. Feels great. The JSON files do absolutely nothing, according to the devs. Then why are they there? No. I'd be interesting to read where they mention that. They might be referencing to user data controllers presets JSON files, which definitely don't do anything, because I did try to adjust those as well. The JSON files that I mentioned is in the user data player folder, which definitely does make a difference in my experience. User data / players. Okay, noted. The question is what Fanatec does. Is Gary blah blah blah. There's no reason otherwise blah 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 blah. And then he returns. You're gonna increase the logging rates up to 400 if the filters. Yeah, so he's not clueless. This guy is just like, yeah. I'm not really wrong. Excellent. Well, as expected, because expected. I don't think so. I don't feel any difference between. But yeah, what did he say he was running? Yeah, there's no information about what he's running. That is the thing that's fucking with me, because this guy might be what? Can you tell us what you're running? Do you tell us what you're running? He's only talking about settings. So for all we know, he could be on the G27. And then, of course, he would not feel a goddamn thing so far difference go. I would assume he's not, but... Laza, what kind of gear do you have, man? That's right. He's extremely involved in this thing, but... Okay, so screw that. I'll dig into that later. Are you sure in doing the above process you just didn't end up with stronger total FFB than you had before? That is the product of the game FFB and wheel FFB percentage. Because stronger pretty much always feels better. There, as long as there's no clipping combos for me, say really parking that for the time being on some use from. Okay, yeah, okay. So I see. So Laza here actually got. He was resisting and playing the placebo card, and then later in the thread he actually did testing, and then he found that they do indeed make for better. Okay, so I see now. I didn't realize that I was reading in out of order. That is interesting. Yeah, okay. Okay. You're good in my book, Laza. You're good in my book. These settings was only found blah 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 blah. Could post your racing channel. That would be interesting to try. And then he gives it in page 2. I've got my FFE. I'm intrigued to use these racing settings. I'm trying out For those interested, I'm on an Alpha Mini, and this, yes. But then you are literally you'll be peaking tits when trying to achieve the things that this guy, the OP, is trying to do. You are nowhere near the having the power required to do the things that OP is trying to achieve. But then again, that said, Laza does have a fair bit of insight into the engine, which is interesting. Oh no, it was this guy. And then Lasse finally comes around and goes, okay, fuck it, let's test it. And then he's picking the best placebo. Yeah, interesting. Sorry, Lasse, if you ever see this. I'm not shitting on you. I'm just shitting on things in general. Yes. So, but here we are back again. So again, I don't know what he's driving. I don't think he's at any point declared which wheel he's driving or base he's driving. He may well be on anything which is not even remotely able to reproduce the things he's trying to ramp up, resulting in just nothing. But I would assume he's on a high power DD base, high torque even. The lower data rates use different rates for different channels groups. You can't do per channel. Thought so, thanks for confirming. Then the offset would be expecting to give different sampling rates. You were completely right. Now it looks like way more aligned. Yeah. So it's wearing try touch of dampening. I didn't like that either. The oscillations start to hit right hard after like 0.4 seconds after letting go. Where is this? Oh, there it is. No. There we go. Right after joining the FOV religion, the next logical step is to join the FFB religion. Welcome to the club, the cult even. The oscillations start to hit hard right after like 0.4 of letting go, and as I said previously, I don't suffer any of that in ACC or ACC Evo. I will certainly play around with adjacent settings. Garrus DD2, I don't have any filters and I can't get any oscillations unless I go off the wheel for a long time. Right, yeah, but like oscillation is fine. It is when you're standing still and you tap the wheel and the wheel just keeps on rocking like this ad infinitum, then there's something fucked with the FFB settings, like for sure. The dynamic FFB options were already turned off. 30% in FFB feels a bit low for me only having 15 Newton. When the base is turned to 100, having both values matched, like I explained in this video, which is linked above, feels way better to me. But having turned down the force, because like running high FFB in game and low in the driver is just mush. Overpowered mush up to a point, depending on what wheelbase. No, what the fuck am I saying? Strength you have set. And the only thing that really comes true, for me at least, in this configuration while running in row FFB is like I can feel something resisting me, but not really sure why, and also the curb rattle, which I keep repeating over and over. 4 on 7 to your lower, muted too much for me. Yeah, so it's like in the range where I am happiest. Currently 64 is good, but 63 is less pissing off the neighbor's territory, especially when running over curbs. Yes, but playing around with these two effects feel like a puzzle piece I was missing. Thanks for your guys' help. I am now happy and will stick with these settings. So FFB or yeah, I don't have fun now. I thought you have an 8 Newton. No, yeah. I've yet to confirm mates, blah blah blah. Dampening is not the problem because in the real car you also have power steering and damping, blah blah blah. And then we get back to that. 900 is the way standard for every race car. go. You don't want to drive any of these cars with non lock to lock. Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck have I been missing out on? 720 would probably do, but I run 1440 nearly all modern games and can adjust for probably register what blah blah blah. Again, we're talking low. This is like, if you have sub 15 Newton and you enter this thread, you should be automatically disqualified. But that is another topic. Thank you so much for this. Thought the FFB was good before, but with these, it's just stellar. SC2, usually friction is like 1% and reconstruction 3-5 hour. So this has been, when did it start? January 14th, and it's still going up to this Sunday. Any suggestions how to wheel less loose in the center and less like spring operated forces? Yes. Amy suggestions. Hey, Sinek, you're my man. You are onto the things I am onto. I also arrived at 720, but that is only with hypercars so far, and that is pretty much all I choose to drive in LMU. I'm always of the opinion that it's best to use the proper rotation, so your wheel is 720, but the settings are making it correct for the rotation for the hypercars. The other cars will work fine too. In that case, it literally makes no difference what your wheels is set to, so long it is at least 540. Sometimes people don't like different cars having faster or slowing steering ratios and have to adjust settings for different cars because the game isn't made for doing that. Yes, that is something that would be nice to have, that it can be... What? No. Did I misunderstand that? Sometimes people don't like different cars having faster... Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah, no, no, fuck that. It should never be like that. Was watching a real car with a very little steering lock. I tried going lower than 700, it just felt odd. DD1 was set to auto, so it's just too slow for my feeling in car. 499 at Kota. I honestly can tell you if you find the realistic ratio too fast based on wanting to use no lower than 720. Too slow, or now you have the settings all mixed up, so you never actually tried it with the correct behavior. But these settings are there, so you can do whatever you want, however you want. I personally use the real rotation because for me that is part. Yes, I agree. I'm just too lazy to switch back and forth at the moment. I think below 720 is too far out. Sync with the virtual wheel would be nice to make a steering rack adjustment. 900 feels about the same as auto, which was okay for GT cars from what I recall. Yeah, but if you run equal in game and then let the game set the soft lock, like that's... anyone compared to pre-post release having adjusting their settings? Curious as to where there's still benefit or it's perhaps new. I would say the curb rattle is still the same, but how the car is telling you things about weight transfer has changed, but not by much. That is not a direct response to this person because he is not here and I'm just ranting at this point. But okay, so I kinda... Oh, whoops. Let's see, what was this guy's settings? Okay, so what is motion right now? So we're steering torque sensitive should be both be 1 from 31 degrees felt most realistic to me, but that is steering 1 degrees does not require intervention. Other bases do require, so if your file has inverted active, leave it alone. Okay, I need to read this section to get the whole idea of what he's trying to achieve or how he's achieving it. This file can be filed in the LMU installation folder, typically in yeah. So this is under user data player. Once in the player folder, look for the direct input JSON file. First, make a copy of that file by clicking on it and pressing Ctrl A when done. We'll generate a file, create, blah, blah. Right click on this and rename it by type.old. This guy has been around. It's important that you add the period value before the word. Format to the old file, which is an actual format. Recognize the JSON no longer. Yep. This old file is backup of your current direct input JSON, and you can always go back to your original blah 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 blah. All fine. Well, just make sure you modify directly below the ID of your wheelbase. That is fine. And there is blah blah blah. All of this I am aware of for the first image. The only important change are the steering bump stop degrees. There's no warnings here. Alright, so I'm just gonna jump in. And so we are in user data player. So let's just do that, and let's do that, and then so blah, 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 blah. It starts here. So make sure that you're modifying the underneath the ID. For the first image, the only important settings to change are the steering bump stop degrees. I found 31 degrees felt most realistic to me, but it is optional. Okay, so I'm gonna trust you, Mr. Person allegedly being race car driver with lots of experience on both Interlagos and Sebring. Hello. Alrighty, so we just do this, then oh shit, I could have just done that. Doesn't matter. OCDing it. So we have current controls, and this is not it. This is direct input. That is the first file, right? And he said steering bump stop degrees, 31 degrees. Steering. Hey, now what? There we go. Okay, so he says 31 degrees. Most realistic to me, then jolt magnitude and steering torque sensitivity should be both be 1.1. Steering bump stop degrees, jolt magnitude and steering torque sensitivity. Jolt magnitude 1 and steering torque sensitivity, was it? Steering torque sensitivity should be both 1.0. Okay, confirmed. Do not modify the invert if your wheel's already working properly. FFB inversion, wheel specific setting, and is in the tuning setting. My fan doesn't. Yep, mine does. That's fine. Also, constant steering force should be false, and steering torque minimum should be 0. Yes, that is confirmed. Lower power volume, blah blah blah. But for now, leave them how they are shown here. The steering effects strength will be explained later, but if you have a wheelbase that makes in the 20-25 Newton, feel free to use the value shown here, which is essentially 65% in the in-game menus. That is literally where, like, I landed on while using 100 in the driver, but was plagued by way too fucking strong bumps, which is likely this. which has been reduced. Because I am my value, which is neighbor friendly now, is 63, and arguably probably should be lower because I was not aware of the bump stop degree thing. Feel free to use yeah, so I don't need to change that, but yeah, no, I can shown here. Steering, so it's just 65, so 6500. If you are not sure what value to use and you have a higher powered wheel, I would start with 5,000, which is 50% in game, and we'll adjust them from there. You just have a low power. Yeah, okay, so then we are enabled invert false. Mine is true, of course. Jolt 1, 31, 6500, 0, 1, false. Second setting is to adjust the JSON file, blah, blah, blah. Second settings to adjust in the JSON file will be further down the list. Yes, so I guess I've got that here. Scroll down until you see the section in the image, and you remember it must be below the ID of your wheelbase. The settings will be adjusting from steering resting down to minimum steering minimum wheel maximum rotation from driver. Basically, just copy the settings here. There will be some factor and multiplier values which are set below 1.1, 1.0, typically 0.5 if you want to. And you want them to set them to 1.0. Note these JSON settings do not include smoothing setting available in the game menus. 0. Okay, so can I just copy image link and view it? God damn it, I have to log in, don't I? Okay, so then I will have to hide my desktop for a second while I do password manager things. God damn it, so hard typing in VR. Okay, that should have logged me in. So reload. Hey now. Oh, I'm in a private window. That might be why I was not automatically logged in. Here we go. So if we then just do this for now, and then we pop back to the desktop for the viewer's convenience, even though I should probably be doing all this offline. It is fun to capture myself ranting about things in case I say something smart, and then I can reference it later. Let's see. Where were we? Yes. Oh, come on. What just happened? Oh, of course. Alright, so these are the settings I need to then adjust. Brake bias axis false. 1, 1, gear false. 0, 0.5, keyboard clutch. Yes, those are similar. 0.5, never release device. I think that should be true. Sensitivity type 1. Steering aggression 1.0. Rate factor 1.0. Return rate multiplier 0. Sensitivity 1.0 and snap factor 1.0. And then speed sensitivity 0, maximum 900. Steering wheel maximum rotation from driver. I think I lost FFB then, but let's stay true to the thing. Use LG's false. Alright. Step 2, wheelbase settings. There are settings I use on IDD2, but blah blah blah. I don't have these things. Oh, okay, so that's what this is. It's not a settings, FFB settings management or JS settings file management app thing. I think that would be cool to make for this. Maybe someday. Note that blah blah blah. Scale to linear while blah blah blah, very bumpy, and so on and so on and so on. So the only takeaway here really is match in-game and the other thing. For fuck's sakes. So we do that, and then we pop by this, and then we do that, and this, then we get a image we can read to see. Okay, so he's scaling linear for speed or strength, same as in game, sensitivity auto, natural damper, everything off, interpolation filter off, force effect intensity 100, game force effect strength, damper. Yeah, so these are literally just 0 values for me. Okay. What else? By far the most important adjustment to make cannot take blah blah blah. The important thing, you need a free down leader plugin, and yeah, so this is basically just to like really this is like just to really OCD it in order to align the output torque from sim with what is actually being output by the thing. That is not of my concern at the moment, because I don't want it to be as strong as possible. I want it to be retain important information while not pissing off my neighbors, because that is what I worry this title will do if I continue as it has been. So save. And did I need to change something here? Force feedback, steering torque, extrapolation, blend, torque filter. This is the, yeah, so this is the smoothing. And he does not talk anything about, he does not mention these settings, does he? Extra blend, no. So he has left these default, and that is okay. Alright, so then we are set to try this thing. And settings were just, yeah, it's track specific stuff, which contains, in my case, the HIMO setups. But if we then just look at why do I not remember the track name? Maybe, oh yeah, so of course, I don't have a setup for it. So there is no reason to assume that there is any FFB specific stuff, track specific stuff laying around. There you are. So just for fun, I just want to check. Yeah, this was just mirrors and seat settings. Okay, cool. All right, so we will then honor the original posters. Very nice posts. which hopefully will resolve some of the bullshit I do not like about the FFB. And then I will just copy it there, and then going against the grain. Yes. And then did we make a copy of one more? But we did change something though. Current controls. So just to retain the settings and not have to find them again, we will make a backup of that one, and then settings. Did I make any changes to this? Yes, I did. So settings.jsons as well. Copy. Oh, I already had a copy of that? Oh yeah, I did. Alright. Well then. Oh, my short-term working memory is dog shit. But that is not news. Not at all news. Quite the contrary. So, then, finally, we do the thing. And if we haven't, by this, reading this lovely thread, identified parse error, syntax, parsing object, key, expected string, literal. Oh shit, yeah, of course I can't comment like that. That is the wrong type of comment to use in JSON files. So, god damn it. Go away. Close the window. Fuck you. Let's undo the stupid. Reload. Yeah, so yeah, this one current controls is just whatever. Direct inputs. Let's reload it and then check if it kept the things. Simagic hardware steering regression 1111111. Yes, because it wasn't this file. It was the other file. It was the settings file. Did it rewrite the settings file, or does it still contain my comments? It does indeed not contain my comments, so it reset settings, and that is fine. It's understandable. Please forgive me, game. Did not mean to offend. Settings is on. Yes, I want to change it, and then we load it, and then please come on. Shit. Okay, so there's the actual backup of the file. Good thing I made a backup, because the backup was of the original, which is recreated anyway, so there's no need for a backup, because it is quite original. For fuck's sakes. What? Settings. .json. Yes. Okay. So there. Now these should contain my stupid comments. Except it doesn't. So which file did I put the comments in then? Was it? Fascinating. Oh, no worries. I'll find those settings. They were irrelevant anyway, just like minor fun tweaks to the graphics. It's gotta be in this one, so what the balls? Let's see. Mirror. Find. AA. Transparency AA. Soften the area around alpha test objects. That's fine. There was another one though that was interesting. Wasn't there? Find. Maybe it wasn't. Okay, well, fuck it. Right now, I don't care. We'll return to this later. I will now test the force feedback, because that is the most pressing issue at the moment for me to be enjoying this game. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you tell me what file it is? JSON line 1. Cockpit. Invalid. Lateral. Object key. Okay, so settings. Cockpit. There we go. Cockpit menu for trackside. VR depth 0.5. Virtual refs false. Virtual review and cockpit. Oh, one screen. Parsing key. Invalid literal. Last read. Zero equals. Zero equals DB cockpit. Find. I have forgotten to, or no, I must have just accidentally deleted the key. So starting view, no. It was missing the, no, it's not. What the fuck? What's wrong with this one then? Everything's okay. Let's lint this. Let's see what fucked up. JSON lint. Validates. It is valid. So then what? Because it's reading. Okay, maybe it doesn't understand the value. Whatever. It'll probably reset to some default. Worst case, I'll just have to redo my graphic settings, and then it'll write a new JSON, because that's what games do. Alright. Give me mouse game, thank you. And then we just minimize and move a bunch of shit out of the way. So annoying that it is not allowing me to move the mouse off the window without pushing Windows key or Alt tab or whatever. Which reminds me, I need to remap the start engine or the ignition button, because that is not well suited on Alt. So yeah, the distance actually did. Okay, so let's just verify quickly. Seems everything is in good order. R100 on controls. They should be fine at 65. I'll turn off smoothing. And then we go to graph. Oh shit, I forgot to apply, didn't I? Oh, that's the graphic settings. Okay, so graphics. Monitor window 240 off, medium 8x off, medium high, ultra 4x anisotropic. Off. Don't care about those. 20 live off. You know what the fuck? Why not? Trackside only on. Let's go for the immersion. Mirrors on, steering wheel on, vertical fob, lock horizon off. Yes, so it actually seemed like the Z, there is a Z value for VR HUD menu things. That's nice. I like that. I have changed it and it did what I thought it would do, which is good. Okay, so now the spotter volume is 70, so fuck you. Everything is default otherwise and acceptable. And the most important stuff survived, so yay. And then keyboard. Car controls. Ignition. It is always on because the car starts, so I just need the starter and it's bound on the right button. Okay, so then we are ready. Unless, of course, there were an apply button, which there is not. Excellent. Algarve, here we come. For that one quick test. Just a quick verification that CAS is still on. Resolution is still the same. Yes, everything is looking good. Oh, we're so close to having done all the fucking busy work associated with things. No. Well, it does matter. It actually kind of does matter, but nah, fuck it. We can run with other cars on track and see how performance do, even though I suspect it'll be eating into my poor aging 5800 X3Ds resources. Holy balls, this took quite a while to load. So, while that's happening, give me mouse so I can make things visible. And then there. Everything is okay. So then I shall do what our great teacher is preaching and put my force feedback setting in the driver to 65%. And then hopefully discover that curbs are no longer violent assholes. That would be super sweet and make me so happy. And also the neighbors, which is kinda important. Oh, okay. Where were we? there's nothing I need to change here. No. What I needed to change is... Okay, so verify is more correct. Smoothness 0, wheel rotation speed 0, feedback detail 0, feedback frequency 0, inertia, friction and damper 0, torque max. And then there are other effects. Game inertia, game spring, game damper, game friction, all 100. Center damper 0, mechanical spring 0. So that is all good. It is as it should be. And maybe just quickly verify that use steering wheel range from vehicle. Use steering wheel maximum rotation from driver. So then that should be okay. We are hopefully the benefactors of soft lock that works now. Yes, that is very soft lock. And the wheel doesn't feel like wrestling a chimpanzee at the moment. Hey, you got a buddy there, boy? Yeah, damn, son, you need to eat less. Jesus. Okay. So, just get everything in order, volume up. Verify that capture is still doing the capture thing. And hopefully we have awesome graphics and force feedback that aren't dickish. Then again, I might also lose my hands now. So I'm gonna be perfectly. Alright, so I'm totally on the wrong track, but that is fine. Also, I think this is literally choking out my processor. All the AI that is, but hey, it's one in Lazar. Oh wow. Okay. It is still very unfriendly towards the neighbors. But the dead zone is gone. Yeah, like... Is it less violent though? Unsure. The bumps are less, but... Yeah, I think we're gonna, like, either try to reduce the bump stuff further, or... Why the fuck is that? Was oh here. Hey! Lost the rear and didn't fight me like a goddamn. Okay, so that's fun. Like, it's not super bad. Like, now it's fine. But high speed, holy shit. Gotta try to lose the rear to see if I can actually catch it now. Oh, there. That was premature. Guess we could do this. Yeah, now it actually just feels like you're sliding. The wheel isn't trying to rip your arms off. Yeah, I can now steer the car, or counter steer, without it being a battle for life and death. good. But let's return to a track with no AI and the track which I have been testing on. Continue. And yeah, sure, good. Continue. Practice. Just turn off everything else. 1 hour's fine. Light, medium, saturated, auto save, green, naturally progressing. Medium, saturated. Preset heavy. I have no idea. Naturally progressing. Preset heavy. Heavy grip. Is that good? Medium, saturated. I think I was using heavy, so we'll just go with that. No. This is fine. Weather. I don't think I changed much there. Time scale, all this is okie dokie. And this one does not matter. Car is fine. Circuits. And yep. Let's go to Algarve to watch the latency number thingies. And also feel out the FFB. Yeah, like even running without smoothing now, the mechanical rubbing sensation when rotating, like the notching, is almost gone. And I have no sensation of a huge dead zone in the middle. It is a natural progression from load to understeer. But, and yeah, there is something to be said. There is something that's different. While it is still very, it's like I hear more rattle from the bass than I do from the game almost. And it's just crazy. Like, that is crazy. It's that crazy. Okay, so, hey, I can see myself now. Turn off the mirrors. What the fuck? Ah, okay. So I've broken the mirrors a little bit. Okay, so I'll revert those settings. But yeah, what I want is less of this. Like, I want to feel that I'm driving on a curb, but I don't necessarily want it to injure my wrists or reverberate through the fucking floor. If I could have that and not lose the road effects, which are still quite modest. Then that would be great. The bump. Yep, that feels okay. Yeah, like, so now I just lost the rear. and I could feel that things were happening in the wheel that made sense for the most part. But it didn't go into like raging chimpanzee mode when the rear steps out. So I'm able to actually counter steer. Need less of everything, I think, just to be able to make it step out. I settled on 5, 3 and 4, or was it 2? If you are unable to fight the wheel when the rear steps out, then kinda just lose by default. Yeah, no, it's maybe overall a little bit too weak for my taste, but again, I can't go super strong. Oh, hello. That was unintentional. Yes, the mirrors are so unhappy right now. Yes, I can live with these settings. They are heavy. Could possibly be a little bit heavier. Yeah, it's gonna be a hacking process to get used to the new physics model. So far catching the cargoes, but that's just fun. Alright, so rattle. I can let go of the wheel. And it's straight. And the shakes going down the straight are dramatically reduced. Yep, I'm just giving it too much throttle. There's no time for the wheels to spin down. And some curbs are so much worse than others too. Completely missed that one. Yeah, like it's insane. Wow. And the trade-off I have to make to not have numb hands and angry neighbors is overall road surface detail, which is fucking frustrating, man. Ah, that's too much again. I just want to make it step out a little bit so I can control it, but alas, I failed. This is not placebo, dude. I think that guy is on a low wheelbase and he's not mentioning it because he's on a low wheelbase. Low torque even. The placebo man. Oh, oops, that's too much. But okay, so I need to fix a thing, and then that gives me the opportunity to see if I can manipulate the JSONs while the launcher slash game thingy is running. I suspect this is the Java component of the application, but we'll find that out fairly soon. Let's see. So we have the originals. Let's fire up meld and compare to see what I fucked up. So let's do settings JSON and settings buck. Live TV displays are 2. Mirror physical X. Interesting. Okay, so we'll dump that change over there. And then steady frame rate threshold. That might be some, in part, the source of our current situation. No. I want the default there. Like so. My God, what are you doing? There we go. Ugh, so far as editors go, it can be fucking annoying. But that's fine. Starting view 1. Steady frame rate threshold. I think I shall just copy this value over like so. Why is starting view different though? That's kind of peculiar. It shouldn't be. So, oh, I see. I now understand why the JSON was confused. I had accidentally. What the fuck? Steady frame rate threshold. We've got that one. And now those two are equal, so that should no longer be a problem. Texture detail. 2. Texture sharpening. 5. 16x, yes, this is good. Sharpen textures using mipmob, no. Texture track detail, that's fine. 3. Transparency, anti-aliasing. Soften around. Yeah, I want to try that at false still. Just to see if the shrubbery situation cures. And then we have the HUD depth at 5. And then we have the scale, which should be this. And then we have the VR menu scale, which should be this. And then race conditions. There we go. Yes. All of this. This. Options component. LMU UI. Yes. Options. That one. Listener mode 0. Sound options. Listener mode 0. Listener mode uses view. Uses camera microphone setup. Listener mode. And uses camera microphone setup. Interesting. That's worth exploring afterwards, I guess. Number of output channels -1. Number of volume multiplier, that's okay. So then we are Gucci. So save file in this pane, and then we will make a copy of it. Settings JSON, copy. Settings.g. Yes. And then return to game and see if it overwrites these things, or if it picks up on the changes, because now I should have 99 track limits. Fine. Practice. Where is it? Advanced. Full track limit point. No, so it didn't save. Okay, so I need to restart the game. Or it's saved, but you know, it didn't apply because game was running. So it's gonna reset the settings now. But that is easy to adjust for. We just delete the new settings JSON and we copy mine and change the file name extension to .json. Yes, and then we start the game. But before we do, I want to test something. Go away. We don't need you anymore. Reload, reload, reload. What the fuck? Oh yeah, okay. So player. Huh? Oh yeah, no shit. I'm looking at the wrong device. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. Okay, so alternate inputs. What the fuck? Where are you? Shift up. Devices, there you are. Force feedback. There we go. 31. 65. Torque minimum 0. Sensitivity 1. I'm just curious, what happens if we just put this to bump stop degrees? I'm just gonna try to put it to 1.0 to see what it does. Because I am like, realism is fine and dandy, but I'd rather have happy neighbors and the ability to drive during nights where I cannot sleep. Nice weekend. Like so. And then continue. Advanced 99. Excellent. Start. Also, gonna disable turbo because it's really not a useful feature in this particular scenario. So we completely want to avoid bottlenecks altogether. Oh, really? I were able to turn it off in between while it was loading? Ah, okay, fine. I don't mind. That is perfectly fine by me. Okay, so that's just for to be sure. If we then reload this file, what changed? Interesting. Did it just steering bob stopped the grease? 30. Ah, so 30. I put it to 1, reduced it from 31, and now that I reload the file, it is 30. So it seems 30 is a minimum. Okay. Well, it's not much of a difference, but... Ah, shit. There's another Jason, which is in need of attention. Granted. Oh, okay, so when I hit the brake in this mode, the car is left behind. Fun. Okay, well, no problem. Not an issue, hardly an inconvenience. So, no. Anti-aliasing trimming thingy, zero effect on latency spike. Strawberry from 5 to 8.4 when looking in this direction. Exactly the same. So I don't think there's a setting in the world that would cure this for us. Well, it is actually less violent, but no, wait, we need to warm up the tires. It is marginal. I just have to make my case to the devs that, hey, not everybody is living on the ground floor. And this effectively restricts my ability to play the game with nice and tight road surface detail to certain times a day, and even so, I would not enjoy living beneath anyone who were producing these vibrations. It is ridiculous. Like, I can hear my steering wheel or my bass louder than the actual effect from the game, and the volume is not low in the slightest. Then we take the... Yeah, so of course the bump stop isn't even going to activate when you hit those things, so that it makes sense that it doesn't matter, fuck all. So then we are left with Jolt, maybe? Or the return. but the return and the not return value of the same name are now equal. So come on, expand. There we go. Steering agitation, snap factor, speed sensitivity, wheel maximum rotation. Whom of you could it be? I wonder. Sensitivity type 1, steering aggression 1, rate factor, steering rate factor, steering rate multiplier, steering sensitivity, snap factor. You know what? Enough. Let's just chuck on some smoothing. Call this day's work and maybe find a race. But before I can do that, I need to figure out mirror. Where is the mirror values, which I fucked over pretty badly. Left mirror. Mirror adjustment horizon. Backplane distance, rear view, front clip, right, center mirror. I think the word self was involved. Self in rear view. There we go. So here at least, I'm gonna not break my neck. Here at least we found the settings. And this is under settings.json, so then I guess it's back to meld. Or no, let's fuck that. Self in rear view, 0. CTO, blah blah blah. Empty for nothing. Star for everything. Always list commas, delimiter if, for instance, you want to remove. Ah, right, yeah, I saw the car in the mirror, while before I did not. And the mirror in this car, for some reason, the rear view camera is mounted apparently in the middle of the car rather than at the back, which actually explains the weird sensation of people being up your butt when they're not. Okay, so self, no other selves, starting view 1. Okay, and we save, and then we, oh god damn it, do this, and then we do that, and then we do that, go to my menu, yes, and then we check in. It actually wrote the file. So yeah, okay. Self. Fun. Okay, so save. And just try now. This maybe. It could be because I'm not allowing the thing to be released. And therefore it rewrites. I don't know. Unless it writes this file to another location and then when exiting it write from that file over to the new. Start driving. Yep, because I can still see. And when I go back to the file, nothing is changed, so it's obviously using something else and then writing to the settings JSON upon exit of session, which is then loaded at launch and acts as a reference. Okay, so self in rear view, reload. That found you. Nothing. And then AA transparency, AA true. So it did nothing to resolve the thing. Hidden area mask true. 0 projection default not in. VR projection mode 0. VR projection mode 0 equals default 1 not in plane. In plane displays HMDs. Probably means something, but I am not familiar with the terminology. Okay, so if no more mirror bullshit, then we can race. After chucking on some smoothing. Alright. Nope, can still see myself in the mirror, so I am clearly doing something wrong here. What the fuck? Okay, so then, god damn it, we will just have a look at which files I've edited and rename them and make the game create new ones. Okay, so date modified, vehicle settings, current controls. Ah, there we go. Current plugin variables. TrakRacer LMU. It could be that it's requiring that. I don't know. Favorite and fixed setups. Gull. Multiplayer JSON. No. Nope. Not that one. So we've only modified modifier. So okay, so we just then mirror bug like so. Yes, and then I'll just go with this and start the game to get the new and then diff it to see what I have fucked over. Could also be, come to think of it, all my menu stuff. I was manipulating the menus and shifting shit around and I didn't understand what was going on. Yeah, okay, fine. Can I not skip the intro this first time? Whatevs. Did I get the file? Oh, continue. There we go. Okay. So now we should have a new settings station. Yeah, we do. So quit, exit, and then meld, my friend, come to me. Then we do settings JSON and settings JSON mirror bug. Alright, let's see what we've altered from the thing. None. That's okay. Don't care. Auto clutch. Give. Wind out of windscreen. False. Allowed vehicles. Sure. Basic rules. 0. Damage multiplier 0 is fine when practicing. Free settings. -1. Use RFM manage changes, park firmware setups, steering lock, brake pressure. Use settings defaults, that's fine. Limited tire. That doesn't matter. Opponents 0. Race laps 0. Race time long. Spotter detail 0. Spotter lap time 0. And then that and that. Cockpit vibration multi 0. Driver labels 0. Car overlay, driver overlay car info false. Driver overlay track environment reflections 0. HUD mode. Whether or not to display the driver overlay heads up display. That's fine. Ultra wide factor 0.5. Head physics 0. Live TV displays 2. Max visible vehicles 20. Oh shit. There we go. So here is the fucking thing. But why does it believe? Ah, yes, okay. That's fine. So 20. Motion blur 0. Mirror adjustment horizontal 0. Opponent detail 3. Player detail 3. Rain effects quality 0. Okay, yeah, I had just absolutely fucked over the mirror values because overlapping keyboard mappings. Cool. That is an interesting bug though. Seat adjustments. Something I want. Self in rear view. That should be good. Shadow blur 0, shadow 0, soft particles 0, special effects 0, texture filter. That is also cool. Track detail, that's okay. VR HUD scale, something we want. Virtual rear view in cockpit, false. Class selection, GT3, flag rule 0, full grid. Doesn't matter. Num qual, num race. Private qualifying, sure. Safety car threshold. Track limits point 99 and 109. Yeah, I'll just keep the new LMU UI, OSC and 1.0 LMU, port in my scene description, Le Mans spec, scene file, scene signature. None of that is of importance. Spotter volume 0, and then we should have a new JSON which is compliant with defaults minus my things. So then we copy and then we chuck in a G2 here. Settings G2. Better defaults. There. Why can't I just be a normal person? I sometimes wonder. Imagine just starting a game, enjoying it, not giving a fuck. Sounds like bliss, in a way. But at the same time, I would be stuttering profusely and suffering likely permanent damage to my wrists, which is not ideal because they are already permanently damaged. I would like to reduce the likelihood of damaging them further over an extended period of time as much as possible. Overnight. Very nice. Okay, so virtual display. What? There. Oh, we can't go that far up? Okay, fine. You be that way. You be that way. Okay, so can change everything I want to change in the thing, so let's just head out on track quickly. Continue. GT Porca. Continue. All the settings and advanced options. Fuck's sakes, can't see the... What the heck? This is weird. Advanced. I just want to verify that they are indeed 99, then the settings are indeed being applied, which is nice. Oh yeah, it was just a bit too far away on the Z-axis. Okay. God damn it. There. Continue. Start. So if I have mirrors that are not super duper fucked now, that is cool. Yay, mirrors restored. Oh, turned off that now, turn back on the HUD. I'm on the wrong track, but that's fine. All I want to do now is to just identify sane responses from curbs and then sign up for a race. Oh, look. Oh dear, that's uncomfortable to look at. The TV cameras are doing VR things. One eye is, yeah, they are. Both TV cameras, like, they aren't positioned correctly, so they're overlapping, and they're also being, yeah. They are drawing my view, VR view. Okay, interesting. That's one for the books, but okay, I can oversee that or ignore that for now, and then turn off live TV and the UI. Okay, so settings. Why the ball sacks? Are you not able to stay the fuck out of the way? I wonder. Do you have to be like all the way back here? No, I'm not even in. Okay, so I'll shrink you then. Does that help? Nope. This is peculiar. Okay. That is good, because now I can see. Yes, graphics. Vertical lock view. Live TV displays. Trackside only. Off. That's one problem. And then force feedback. And smoothing. That's just, the max is 9, so let's try 5. And then back and zoom. Okay. I don't think anyone will protest this. I can increase the force feedback by quite a bunch. Now it's muddied. I need a track with more curbs. But I suspect also settings. Let's do controls. Force feedback 70. Let's go with 4. And then in the driver we also increase it to match 70. For some reason this is of importance, so we just adhere to that for now, because it seems to be, oh dear, not totally wrong. Oh, that is heavy. side, is it? Yeah, done. Still good though in terms of being able to fight the wheels. That's nice. Might be a smidge too strong, but not by much. That spotted wheel, massive vibrations. So controls, force feedback, back to 5, just to see what it feels like. Tolerable. That's not horrible. There's definitely a lack of crispness in the signal overall, but I mean, sometimes you just gotta compromise. Oh shit. Oops. This is fine. It's fine. I can probably just reduce it by a couple of percent. 68. Just to not get surprised during a race. Okie dokie, online man, let's go. Oh, one thing I also want to do, I want to re-enter safe territory in terms of things, post effects, that's fine. So if we go with high, let's just go high. High is fine. It's good to be high. Okay. Gucci. Oh, it's gonna be fun to see. Oh, Fuji. I haven't been there before. In this game. And it is rare that I've actually been there at all. I think I've driven it. Okay. Register. Oh shit. And pick car. This cancel. How to use game, I do not know. Should I do Mecha? Yeah, I'll do Mecha. I don't own any content, so join practice, and the race starts in 37 minutes. So I'll set a timer for that. Oh, god damn it. New 30. Let's do 38 minutes. No, to the 39 minutes, because it takes fucking forever for these things to start. Audio. Okay, and run. Join practice. Practice 1. Cool. Hopefully we have great graphics with no massive spikes in latency, which cause those dreaded fucking stutters. And hopefully we have FFB that is somewhat evenly portraying what's happening without going into monkey mode when I lose it or overload the tires. And does not try to disconnect my hands from my arms. Unable to join the server. Try again later. Join practice. Can I join practice too then? Is it maybe because I'm running with the debug flags? What are the logs saying? User data, log, date modified. Unable to join the server. Okay, so how about we try to join as empty server? That it could do. Probably just reporting the number of players incorrectly. Or delayed updates. Shizuoka, Japan. And we're in like Flynn. Car setup. Off. Start. Oh, sharp corner immediately after exit. Rather smooth curves here. Been a while. I recognize the tracks, but I have no idea but I have no idea where I am. Holy shit, the force feedback in this car is super light compared to the other thing. Piporka. Ah shit, that is way too late. Thingy, and left, and then right onto start. Oh dear. Grass. Response from those curves. Oh there. Wait. Okay, so that's one thing I'm gonna do. Add 1% back in on the FFB. Experiment with adjusting those mirrors as well. Because I cannot use this for anything. I mean, least useful side view mirrors ever. Alright, so what was it? It was control. What the fuck? Oh wow. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna position myself in front of something I can make sense of. Or arguably that would be where I actually was. I can just align myself with the road. and center said road in the rear view. Okay, at least we have the line now. We target the line roughly. Okay, so let's center the building. That would be a good point of reference. Okay. So I don't really need to see the building. I would like to see what is behind me, not far to my right. Yeah, so this is the angle, and up and down is this is peculiar. Okay, whatever. At least now I can see behind me. And I can see more than I could before. Ah, yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Where am I? I guess I am. Just gonna slightly align myself on the curb here. I'm so sorry, guys. This is weird as fuck, I know. I just need a reference point for where my actual... Yeah, that makes sense, is in there. Okay. So, then... I can do that. Okay. And then, on the right side, it was shift, was it? I hear something adjusting, but nothing's happening. Oh, mirror position. But which mirror? Oh, probably the virtual one, which I do not see. Okay, so we know shift and shift and okay, so shift and control does nothing. Alt. There we go. Alt. I can see that there, and this is the center, and then I should be able to just about see my left tires are on the curb. And that would mean I should just about be able to see the edge of the line, like so. Okay, this is probably a vast improvement. And then there is a now these will of course center mirror position, so this would be like front, forth and back. Okay, so this back into default, and then right parameter is up and down here, left and right. $290. $300 minus 43. Well, why do both of these do the same thing? That's the weird part. so. $390 and 310, that means 300. 290 and 310, that means 300 in center. And both are 0. Okay. And then this is 0, 0. Okay. Cool. One less thing, which is fucked. And should be default, but I am GPU bound apparently. That's interesting. I was not before. Oh. What did I change? There we go. Of course, a bunch of shit has changed here now. Gas. Turbo off. Oh, high rate, blah blah blah. And nothing else has changed, so I think we'll give ourselves the luxury of not driving with that on. Then hide this. Ah, and for fuck's sake, of course, then everything changes. So we just have to wait. And then right mirror parameters were 310. Yes, I believe they were 310. Oh, they're minus. So then they should be minus 290 as well then, assuming. Oh look, there's a weird artifact there. That's fun. But not a problem, per se. Okay. Right, so 290 and minus 290. Cool. Now I can actually use the mirror for something to, like... Yeah, this makes sense. I can just about see what's actually behind me. And use the mirror to rejoin. Holy shit. Crazy. Wait, what? Did the alarm not go off, or is it on a delay? Or out of sync? Still says 19. Oh, okay, so it starts 23:30. Okay, so I can see that there, and I can see there. I would like to see more, actually. So... I can see this on the mirror there. But this feels like it's just shifting it further out to the right, not necessarily. Okay, so I'm alongside the road. I can see the curb there. That means the car would be here. So minus 290. But if I wanted to see more, that would be 275. 275. Okay. Mirrors doing mirror things. Excellent. Alright, just a quick... Yeah, I need to remap the things regarding OpenXR toolkit, because they are overlapping with the mirrors. Or I could remap the buttons I'm using for seat controls. That's also an option. Speaking of, have that been negatively impacted? No, because I need to keep Alt and that. Nice. That's why it's one of pit, not a few. Okay, so car set up, chuck in some more fuel. Like 33 liters, 14. Landings, let's see, they are doing 139s. So if it's a 20-minute race, 60 divided by plus 39. That means potential of 12.1 laps, so 13 laps is safe. Yeah. My gut instincts are starting to kick in. Hey, black screen. Not cool. Did the game crash? Or do I just need to select it? Nope, I just need to select it. Ah, now it's stuck in the gray mode. There we go. Weird and wonderful quirks of this engine. Gotta dig it. Gotta dig it, gotta dig it. But, murdered. Even though high quality. Frame pacing smooth. Latency minimal. Force feedback relatively consistent. This is good. Oh shit, shit. Nah. Wait. block there. Have a go, Mr. Porker. You seem quicker. Oh boy, that car is in the ground, isn't it? What the fuck? That is a peculiar looking stance. Oh, is that the... Oh. It's the wrong thing. That's the stop. God damn it. Whatever. Resume. see, this is 1, 1, 4 or 5. And we needed 13 laps. And there were not any chance of... So, 1, power cut, 4, no, 5, 1. Let's see if it remembers this. Simply by going on track, and then quitting, and joining the actual event server. Holy heck, much excite. I hope the FPS is stable even with 20 cars on track. That would be nice. Keep it on. Oh no, wait. It is the silly season. Right, so qualify. Our setup. Three laps. Should be good. Nope, does not remember. That is annoying. Power cut. Let's do 5 and step back. No, 5 and then power cut 1 and ABS 9. Then remember to wait for the green light thingamabob. It should already be here, I guess. I don't see a... Yes, there's the lights. So fucking annoying that it has the auto thing. I'm not quite sure the move. in the track ups. Come on, turn. What? Oh. Limit on virtual energy? What? In quali? The fuck? Did I run out of fuel? Is that what the time trying to sell me? It's tell me, or 10% virtual energy. Standings. What are the rules? Where are the fucking rules? That would have put me like up here. No, it wouldn't. It was there 9 low. So I'm still... Yeah, I wouldn't have gained, lost nothing. But depends to if I even get to keep this qualification spot. If not, then hopes. Oops, I guess. Yeah, so car setup. .3 laps. Should I take 14 just for fun? I have no idea. Yeah, let's do that. And also revise the thing, because people were doing 37s there. Which means we're still at 12 laps. Assuming it is a 20-minute race. Yes, it is. So 13 would be 1 lap too much already. Let's take 13.3. 30 liters for this track feels little. Wait, is this not a fixed? Yeah, it's pretty fixed. I am allowed to change some things though. Fuel ratio 0.8. And when the conditions change, you alter your driving style. You might need more or less fuel to complete a stint. Adjust the ratio to ensure you have enough fuel for the stint. I don't know, man. I don't know how this works. 2 cut 2 slip angle 5 fuel ratio energy. Cars with no hybrid or less efficient higher ratios. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm just gonna trust this setup. But rear wing. We can drop the wing. No, we cannot. Just looks that way. Ah, okay. Now it's telling me something else. So let's do 13.4 and start driving. Cool beans. Oh my lords. Yeah, I sense a little bit of stutters, but this is bullshit. Second we put past the Look at that thing go! Send it off track, you do that. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Oh, fuck. No. Stupid. Come on. About 3 liters too much. Too arguably. No, I have just enough. Just one more lap. 0.2 virtual left and 1 liter. So whatever I had plus 1 liter should go into the notepad. So there. 33.6. Oh, where are you? Yeah, I'll just chuck it in here. Fuji 720 SE 13 laps. 30.5. Okay. Noted. Oh, managed to sneak up to P7 with only one oopsie where I got distracted by the MFD and braked at the 50 rather than the just before the 100. So that's fun. All right, cool. Another one for the books. And soon out of bronze. Unless 0 is like super duper long. Could be. So then it's Le Mans. No. V8 victory. Sebring. But yes. Oh shit, fuck. That's the wrong. V8 victory. Let's do one more. On the spooky. So, register. McLaren, yes. And then options. Why the fuck is the menu tilted all of a sudden? Graphics. Anyway. Let's see. We are currently high player detail, opponent detail. Elements in player's FOV. Let's try dropping that to medium. And medium opponents. And yeah, let's keep the medium, or let's go low here. Maybe then I can keep these high. Here's on Horizon. Preset. Enter preset name. Can I type? Ooh. VR performance. .1 save. Starts in 3 minutes. Yeah, Let's just join a practice server just to see what the frame rate is like. Uh, 2.0 and then LMU. Ah, that crashed, didn't it? No, there it goes. Alright, so let's just watch for a bit. See, this guy is struggling with defaults, probably, maybe. That force feedback is brutal. Okay. Oh, I got disconnected. Unable to join the server. Please try again later. Okay. Just got disconnected from the practice server. That's fun. Join event. Dude. Yeah, good. Yeah, fucking better let me join the event. Okay. Game crashed. Cool. Send a report and then start the game again. and sit perfectly still and don't piss off the alignment process. Good. And now it's tilted again. It's so weird. There you go. At least now it looks centered when you're in the game, so that's nice. Just go a lap extra, just in case. Two, 5, was it? Where the fuck is the track though? This way, I suppose. And I would assume this way. Kinda looks like it. Fun that A requires to drive out from the tents. Where the fuck am I? Okay, right. Back straight. Oh, right. Okay, well. It's not horrible. Oh shit. That's loud. Shit.
Mad Mike plays. Good day.
Good day, sir. How do? Oh. This is the long. And then. Oh, no, 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 no. Ooh, whoops. I cannot go flat here, that's for sure.
Mad Mike plays. A friend of mine sent me here. I'm a VR user as well and struggling big time with LMU and VR.
Oh! Yeah, well... I will gladly show you what I've done so far. I'm at in a fairly good place right now, so far I can tell. It's gonna be fun to see when we get on the starting line.
Mad Mike plays. He told me you have close to mine setup.
Yeah, my specs are in the description. If you want to compare. Description.
Mad Mike plays. My main Stugel is my AMD card. I have a 6700 XT. Mad Mike plays. Struggle, I mean.
Yeah. I think you should be able to get away with it, like, if you sacrifice just a little bit on the fidelity. Like right now, I think I'm trying to see how pretty I can make it while maintaining a smooth experience at 90 FPS. And I'm fairly close. I know that dropping all the settings to 0 or to low will
Mad
do
Mike
that.
plays. I hope we can talk sometime, maybe off stream. It would help me out a lot.
Yeah, no, sure. I can show you after this race or go through the settings at least, so you can just hop on the VOD and compare. There's really ain't that much. The biggest challenge, I guess, would be to replace a DLL file for OpenXR Toolkit, which gives this feature here, crop to FOV. So I've just scaled, I've gone for the native resolution as specified by you know, on the package 2160 by 2160, and then I went for 4/5 of that resolution, just like as a starting point, and on the least optimized track so far I am aware, it is now rock solid when I'm alone on the track. The only thing I haven't optimized for is when there's other drivers on the track, but I just did a Fuji race, which was stuttery up until we passed the starting line, and then it just was smooth, super smooth from then on. I didn't notice anything. And then I've other things I've
Mad
done
Mike
in here.
Place. One question though, I have no major gain with OpenXR. So I stick with SteamVR on basically all the sims I do on Twitch.
Oh yeah, no, then it's got
Mad Mike Place.
Then performance
Is
is going to
OpenXR really
suck.
working for you on AMD?
Oh yeah, you know, OpenXR doesn't have any problems with things. It might be that you are not using a current version of the OpenXR no, this title does OpenXR natively, I think. So you are in theory using OpenXR. You're only using it via SteamVR. But I would have to check. I can show you what I've done. Make like a quick summary. But yes, fuck. How many laps? I don't know. Let's just wing it.
Mad Mike Place. FOV rendering is grayed out for me.
I don't know how many laps. What were the timings? Fuck. Oh, shit. I don't know. 14:58. I'll just do 50 liters and hope it's enough. 15 laps. It's not gonna be 15 laps. I'm just gonna go with it. I have no ambitions. I'm just gonna farm safety rating. Or so I keep telling myself.
Mad Mike Place.
I'm not using foveated
Okay, I will
rendering.
watch the video later.
Yeah,
I'm
no
close
worries.
to bedtime.
Yes,
But
sir.
thanks for the help, mate.
No problem.
Appreciated.
If you look in the description, there is a link to my, like a Discord VR people horde I'm trying to build, so you'll find me in there if you want to hop in. Not much going on in there at this moment, but I plan on things which may or may not happen depending. We'll see. But yeah, I'll do the quick summary, and then you can just pop to the end of the VOD.
Mad
After
Mike
this
Place.
race, I'm hungry.
Will do, thanks.
No problem. Oh shit. So I guess, based on what I've seen on the internet, and yeah, this track is smooth leading up to the line. But it has a different thing, which the lights are attached to. Oh yeah, this is nice. Shit, I'm on ABS 11. God damn it. I thought I was in the wrong... in another corner. I thought I was here. Okay, so to remember my PC stuff. Oh fuck, this is where I'm flat. I'm running way too heavy. deep. God damn it. Flat out here. Snaky bits, which we got a little. God, breaks early, this guy. Too shabby with 18, 17 liters too much on the tank. And no oopsies. That is fine. So and 10 liters and then so 10, 7. Right. I had 550. Fuck. 40, 33 liters, 34 liters, 35 liters. 35 liters sipping. Notepad, where are you? So that was 10 laps, yeah. Which means 43%. And 10.7. 0.8. No. That is 35.3. 10.8. Alright, notes made. Oh damn, this was fun though. Force feedback is a little bit weak, but still very noisy. But if I go stronger, then it'll become even noisier and require more filtering, which then, or what's it called? Yeah, the noise dampening stuff, damping. And that would mean that I lose even more detail, so it's like you just have to compromise, I guess. We expect you to qualify second. Holy shit. You qualified in the bottom half of the results. Expected to finish second, actual 7th. The fuck? You finished in the top half of the results. Quali for contact with another vehicle's Steam Deck racer. No, he contacted with me. Oh, it counts up? I thought it counted down. That's fine. Either way is fine. I am happy with whatever. Steam Deck racer. Safety rank code 1. He yeeted it up my ass. Thank you for that. Okay. Meep, 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 meep. Okay. So it is past midnight. I feel like I should be working a little bit more on the force feedback in order, or before I can drive in the middle of the night. Fuck it. So yeah. Seems 7th is my current 16th in in ACC. So started B0. Then this was the DNF. And then because I did not realize I had to do a drive-through because HUD was offline, and when HUD was disabled, and when the HUD is disabled, it does not show things in like warnings and important things. add that to the list. Show warnings and other race critical information like chat, even though HUD is disabled. The list is getting longer and longer and longer, but that is fine. Okay, cool. View statistics is the same as this. Yeah. Okay, so that quick rundown. I guess we should, let's see. Okay, so we can just do the game first since I'm in here, and then I can drop out to the desktop and show the other things. So, first and foremost, these are the graphical settings I'm currently settled on. On Fuji, there was a little bit stutter leading up to the start line, like as we approach the thing that holds the green light and the monitor thing. It did feel choppy, but the second we were past that stage, at that point, everything was smooth as far as I could tell. But I didn't keep my stats up just because I wanted to see what it feels like before I start obsessing about the numbers. So I have something to go on, you know. Yes, so like monitor, not super important, but I just not run it native at 240 hertz. Vertical sync off. Post effects low, because post effects medium did tank my FPS on Fuji, while on the practice server with which was almost full. But and also like this is like occlusion, ambient occlusion and stuff like that, I believe, which is a fairly ridiculously expensive operation, so low. Then another ridiculously expensive operation is MSAA, but without it you'll be watching pixels fly around like a madman. But it is likely that one can run it at 8x, no, at 4x. I just run it 8x because that's typically where I'm the happiest with the pixel to shimmer ratio, or whatever, crispness to shimmer ratio is 8x. But 4x for performance, it's not much worse, and you should get a fair performance bump by dropping it down. FXAA is redundant, so off. Multi-view, can't turn on or off. Display VR mirror, that is preference. I like to use the car's actual mirrors and be able to look around rather than have to look up at that long big thing, which kind of breaks the immersion. So I run it off. Then after making these changes up here, you always need to hit the apply button. That's annoying, but anyway. Circuit detail, high. Doesn't seem to be a problem for me, but I can imagine the lower you go on the hardware tier list, then it will be fairly quite a few performance gains by dropping things like trackside objects and the arms on the clock, which hangs at the end of the pit lanes on some tracks, and just like unnecessary details which we will never really see, but it's pretty. So my machine can handle high. Maybe yours can too. Maybe mine can handle ultra, for all I know. I just went high as a means to see where I ended up. Similarly, textures is basically the less VRAM you have, the lower you should go on the texture, because typically the less VRAM, the less bus or the less bandwidth you have to push things back and forth into and out of the VRAM, into the GPUs or the graphics cards RAM, the VRAM. So, I mean, when you're going to start testing, I recommend just going low on all of this. And 4x here, just to see what baseline you have. And similarly, everything else is just off and low, because I don't care about these effects. Each effect that needs to be layered on top of each other in order to draw the frame that is finally passed to you will increase latency, and you'll feel it in the sense of input lag. And if the render latency ends up spiking to the point where things start drifting a little bit out of sync, you might end up in a situation where you get dropped frames. And that's not pleasant in VR. So I would take basically lowest latency possible over bling any day of the week. But at the same time, I'm also like circuit detail. These are like primarily like small tidbits like sprites and like polygonal objects like barrels and shits, things along the sideline. And also the if there's people on the stand, spectator stand, and so on and so on. So there's really nothing lost by dropping this down. It's just like, immersion. If I have the overhead to do it, then I don't see any harm in it. Similarly with texture detail, it's just like the higher, the more bandwidth required. Player detail, this one is a bit unclear to me. Absolutely no fucking idea what it encompasses, but I run it at high nonetheless. Opponent detail, the higher, the better looking the car models are, and at low, then when you see approach them, you will see that the model become more detailed than it is at low. So or when than it is when it is far away. It'll go from it'll pop into a better version of itself. So your mileage may vary, depending. I don't think high should be a problem. Probably not ultra either on our hardware. So yeah, 16x anisotropic. This is basically how sharp is a texture when viewed at an angle at a distance, more or less. Also, it's anti-aliasing and sharpening ish. But not really anti-aliasing. It just gives the effect of it. So I would modern hardware should not have any problem doing 16x. But I see the default setting is 4, and I'm not quite sure why. But when I'm running along the pit lane and look at the advertisement painted on the track, it looks very smooshed, and then as it comes very close to the car, it becomes clearer, and then clear-ish. At 16, that distance is greatly improved. So again, mileage may vary, but I mean, it is this isn't magic or new. Most GPUs that are of recent generations should not have an issue with 16x. Currently, we are limited to 20 cars, so I'm just running it at 20 to see if I can get away with it. And apparently I can, so I run 20. But again, the less VRAM you have, the more textures you need to cram in, or the less VRAM you have, and the less space VRAM. The less VRAM you have means you have less space to store textures in the video card's memory. So if you are running high texture, high texture detail, and you are running high opponent detail, then it could be, I think maybe there's some interaction there, because there's shit overlaid on top of each other, creating a reflection, and I'm not quite sure of the impact, but regardless, these might come down if you plan on running these higher. And also the more things that are moving on the track, the quicker the GPU you will need. But I seriously doubt this engine, which has quite a legacy, let's say, with a lot of new effects applied to it, making it look and feel more modern than I believe it is, shouldn't really struggle with maxing out the grid. It all comes down to bandwidth, and if your CPU ends up choking out and ends up not being able to produce data, which results in the GPU receiving such said data to produce the frame. So you just have to do the balancing act. But these on my specs, which you've seen in the description, runs fine currently on Fuji, on Sebring, and it was okay on. No, I have actually no. That would be utter bullshit. I did not test these settings on Lizard yet. But considering that these settings run smoothly when farting about alone on Algarve, which has a couple of nasty optimization needs, I don't think it should be a problem. So yeah, that would be the rant in full, I believe. Oh yes, also TV displays off because they are buggy and also expensive. Default view, cockpit mirrors on, otherwise you have the black screens and the black mirrors on your side. Steering wheel on, like on, vertical valve, default, lock horizon off. Otherwise you will become violently carsick unless you're into that kind of stuff that is desirable to not become when racing for long times. This is the scale to get this. So yeah, no need to go further into that. Don't think there's anything here that is graphically related, but here's my settings nonetheless. Oh yeah, to get rid of a bunch of the HUD elements, I've ended up with this. And I still get to see what I need. Specifically, like, wait, what have I disabled? Oh, HUD speedo. I don't like that big thing on my right side that keeps flashing at me. I'd much rather just use the HUD and the HUD or the dash display and the dash display pages that are available to find out things about the car. It adds to the immersion. So, but important note: if you disable the HUD completely, then you will not receive important messages such as you have made a track cut, and you will not receive information and that you need to do a drive-through or whatever. So don't disable the HUD is the lesson here. Disable what you don't want to see, and then you can click away the MFD. Teehee. Yeah, this is just stuff I learned today. Run this at the same percentage as you do in the driver. It makes the whole experience a lot more even, and add smoothing to kill off the curb rattle. And then there are a whole other thing changes one can make to the settings.json file, which makes the FFB even less unbalanced. But I can share that in the Discord if you find your way there. Link in description. There are only weird VR people in there so far, and that is how I intend to keep it. Hopefully. But I mean, of course, everyone is welcome, but yeah, eventually if it ends up like a horde of people, then there might be a fenced off people for the Giga VR enthusiasts to work in, and then we can push out information to the general public later. I don't know. I just have plans, and I don't. Yeah, there's discussions, and then there's FOMO and just crazy, and I can't be arsed. But anyway, that is a whole other thing that's gonna be dealt with in the future. So yes, that is about the extent of the shit going on in game. Then we have the OpenXR toolkit, which I ended opting going for CAS, which is something adaptive super sampling or sharpening, yes. Don't quite remember what the acronym is for, but it is not an upscaler. It is simply a very quick and efficient sharpen filter, which then makes a low res image look higher res. Yeah, of course I run this. Wait, can it be a sharpen filter? Oh, CAS can actually upscale in this. I thought it was only a sharpen filter. Maybe it can upscale. Or It is this magic Unispin mod, which actually provides us with a way to scale in the form of just dropping resolution, which then CAS can sharpen. Because I am fairly convinced that I read that CAS is not an upscaler, it is a sharpened filter. Turbo mode off, because when you reach the point where basically it's the OpenXR API telling the engine, hey dude, ignore everything, just give me all the frames you can as quickly as you can. But that means that you are already bottlenecked on your CPU. And that is a scenario we desperately want to avoid in VR, because the stutter, when we disable the stutter in VR is just horrible, and you do not want motion reprojection enabled, because that means the headset will just serve you past frames, and that is not great when you're moving forward at a great speed. So avoid that. And to figure out how bad you struggle with bottlenecking, if at all, then turn on the overlay, set it to advanced, and set a target frame rate which matches the refresh rate of your HMD. So if it's G2 like I have, then it's a 90 hertz panel or 90 hertz panels. So I set it to 90. And then the calculation is basically if FPS drops below and CPU is loaded, max or utilization is maxed out, then it's safe to assume you're bottlenecked. So the headroom is basically how much is idle of your CPU. The GPU, same thing. And then you have the numbers: app CPU, app RDR CPU, app GPU, and VRAM. You want to never fully fill up your VRAM, so make sure that VRAM is below the actual amount of VRAM you have. And this is specifically related to the textures. VRAM is mostly gobbled up by textures, but also other things. So just balance texture versus VRAM usage to make sure that you don't end up having to get stuff out of VRAM and into your normal system memory RAM thingy, because that operation is time consuming at this time scale, like super duper time consuming, and will result in things like increased latency and then spirals into stutter. I personally prefer to keep the CPU latency around about for tops 6 milliseconds, because that means it is not going to end up having to queue things it ships off over to the GPU for rendering, or to the renderer, which is then shipping it off to the GPU to render. So you can see like it's ordered in order of execution here. So first CPU, then the renderer, then then it's passed to the GPU. App meaning game, renderer meaning RDR meaning the game's renderer. So the higher the latency on the renderer, similarly, you want to avoid. And you want to keep it even lower than both the CPU and the GPU. You want it to keep it as low as possible, because that means that it is not queuing at all. It is just receiving from the simulation stuff to draw. It puts together what the data needed and the data that the GPU needs to process and ships it off. The GPU does its thing and then spits out the image. So all in all, basically 4 to 6 milliseconds on CPU, 3 to maybe tops 5, ideally 4 on the renderer is like super sweet. Can probably go higher without noticing. It's individual, but I like it as low as possible, because as low as possible means the sooner, like when I make when I move my steering wheel, the sooner I will see that on screen. So the lower latency, the more real-time you are, and you want to be real-time in sim racing. It is an advantage. So far, the GPU is concerned, the higher the latency, the more congested it is, and you will see GPU bottleneck messages in such cases, and then it is literally, it's mostly things which need to be, like 3D models that need to be pieced together and then textured and then blah, blah, blah. So it could also be that running high texture detail, even though you have free VRAM, might actually contribute to your GPU's, like the actual processing part of it, to bog down. So don't just trust high because free VRAM. Always try to just drop everything to low, even go like down to maybe 4x anisotropic and 2x 2x MSAA, just to see how many frames per second and how low can I push the latency on my current hardware, so you know how smooth it can feel like, and you know how low the latency numbers can be before you start adding back in. It is always best to just drop everything to shit tier Minecraft mode and then build up. So equipped with this, we move on to things that actually do reduce latency significantly, because all of these things are mainly just like, this is just like the fine tuning. Once you have found a thing which does not end up either bottlenecking your bus, your PCIe Express bus, because like the CPU and your CPU need to communicate quickly, and it can happen, so far I understand, that just the choking out of the CPU is already then sort of fucking up the lane, which is then communicating via the GPU, but that is a whole thing and relative. Let's keep it simple-ish. Point being, the thing that is problematic on most systems in VR is that we have two displays and we need to render the same image twice from two separate angles in order to give us stereoscopic vision. And the resolution, in order to not get the screen door effect on modern headset, is ridiculously high. Mine is 2160 by 2160, so times 2, that's 2320 or something. So like that is about 3,200 some odd pixel display. And it's not just rendering one picture, it is two. So that is a ridiculous thing in of itself. So the options we have is to downscale and then upscale, but I find that let's see, if you have any idea, then you could, if it were implemented here, use DLSS, but it is not, and DLSS is not available in the game. It has no upscaling at all. So we are therefore relying on OpenXR Toolkit in order to provide this for us. But we FSR and NIS are both upscalers. This is a simpler and more basic algorithm, but I don't see any need for it, because like the operation of taking a smaller image and blowing it up to a larger image is fairly costly. And that is where the, so far I've understood, I'm not quite sure if I am reciting everything correctly, but I will drop the links to the where you can download this mod, and it also has a video which describes what it actually does. But to the best of my current understanding, what it does is it actually crops down the FOV, like what is visible, but it doesn't end up distorting the image. And also it then reduces the pixel count while dropping the field of view. So as it does that, it also the algorithm that recreates the now larger pixels look better than with the normal just please drop my resolution option, which would be custom here, but completely different, like not at all the same. So you need the on speed mod to get these improvements, because it's ridiculously how much better it actually does the thing in terms of what you see and also how it performs. Prior, like I couldn't even use custom and just drop the resolution when I was using FSR before. But the thing I discovered is that FSR, when the machine is slightly bottlenecking, and sometimes even when it's not, it will create random weird stutters just simply due to latency being too high. So if you're gonna use FSR, you need super duper low latency. So I've just opted to fuck up scaling altogether, pardon my French. And what I did was I went for 4/5 of the native resolution of my display, which the machine here says is 3160 by 3088, something lens refraction shit. So the actual number 2160 by 2160 isn't real, maybe, I don't know. But I just went, fuck it, I don't know, I don't care, I don't want to know right now, I just want to test this. So I put into my calculator 2160 multiplied by 0.8, and then I chucked the number in here, and it turned out to actually be a good number. Can probably go a little bit higher, but ideally to cure shit like the running down the start straight on Fuji, unless I can find some option in the game that actually cures that, it would indicate, because like I'm not getting I'm not getting GPU bound messages. The latency isn't super high; it's just stuttering. So that would indicate like bandwidth stuff. The solution then would be to drop the resolution further. The lower the resolution, the less time the CPU and GPU has to spend creating and drawing the frame, and therefore can get it to you quicker, and therefore you do not experience stutter. So that is basically it, the quick rundown on of it. So crop the FOV and drop it to some nice number. I choose to go in steps. Ideally, you'd go in even numbers, but if you divide that resolution by 2, then you end up with 1080, 1440, and so on and so on and so on. So I couldn't go with 2 and 4s, so I then opted to go in between, like 3 and 5 on odd numbers. Just and it looks good. I didn't expect it to look this good, even though we don't have like a 1:4 or 1:8, 1:4 or 1:16 per pixel ratio type thing. It's just stupid. Ignore it. It doesn't really matter, probably. So just drop this down to at least 4/5. And if you're running everything at low anti-aliasing and MSAA, then just keep on dropping it until you get values which are resulting in you feeling like you are there, because that is what you want to target. And yes, motion reprojection off. I don't know why it's 2 there, but doesn't matter. So yeah, that is the on speed mod, the configuration of OpenXR toolkit and the features, and yeah, sharpening and sharpness 100. Sharpness 100. It brings so much crispness back in the image. It's ridiculous. You can probably even go lower, but I see no harm in doing 100. It doesn't have any significant impact on latency. So unless it creates if it's unpleasantly sharp for you, then of course drop it further down. But yeah, I'm beating to dead horse death. Beating to death a dead horse. Let us move on to a different topic. How to do the thing. I mean, it is easy to do. It is also explained on the page, which I will link to, but I will prepare my desktop here and just do a quick thing, because there's one scenario the thing doesn't cover, and would probably save everyone some time if it did. Let's see. So I then need this, and then I need there. Okay, so first and foremost, if you don't have OpenXR Toolkit, just a quick Google search, grab the 1.6.3 version or whatever it is, like the latest version of the OpenXR Toolkit's webpage, install it, and then you're Gucci. And then a question which I have actually not looked at yet is, does OpenComposite be aware of... No, it does not seem like it is aware. So then I would wager that LMU supports OpenXR natively, but if it doesn't, then OpenComposite is also needed. But in such case, I will promptly link to it. But for now, we will just pretend that you have clicked on the link I will post in the chat here and on the Discord, which leads to the video, which actually gives in-depth explanation of how it works and how to use it. Which is where you find the download link, and you have downloaded that zip file. And I will then do that. I'm just preparing the scene here. So I'm trying to, yeah. There is nothing spooky or personal being shown here. No, absolutely not. Okie doke. So, where is OBS? There it is. Here we go. So we will pop by the desktop, verify that yes, we can indeed see. So then, yes. So we have downloaded a zip file from a YouTube video's description, link in a YouTube video's description, and we have ended up with this file, OpenXR Toolkit, on a speed, mod 138, blah blah blah, whatever is new at that moment in time. It contains this folder, which again contains another couple of zips and a disclaimer and some shit. So if it doesn't work for you, then you can, there is a older version which is compatible with some headsets, which 138 does not work with, but I would recommend starting with 138 just because it's newer. And there is a bat file which does the things, but really all it is doing, all it does is copy, if you have Robocopy installed, this file into program files, and let's see, OpenXR Toolkit, and replace this file right here. So you will need to rename that file. Just put in old behind it and say continue when it asks for admin. And then it may say, oh yeah, of course I have this, but whatever. I have already renamed mine. But it may tell you that you are not allowed to do so. And if it is the case that you don't have administrator privileges and can... You wouldn't be able to install OpenXR Toolkit if you didn't. So let's assume that you have. Then it is likely that the file is just locked, meaning something is using it, so you cannot do anything with it. And in that case, what you need to do is just close any OpenVR applications, such as Lemma or whatever, and then also close down Steam VR and Steam. Just kill them off, both of them. And then, just to be sure, to eliminate any chance that anything is actually keeping that or is locking that file, just fire up OpenXR toolkit and temporarily disable the toolkit. This should result in this file being unlocked because nothing is using it. Then you can rename it. So I'll just do that, old2, just for the sake of the exercise, and then you just drag and drop and continue and boop. So now when you get back into OpenXR or into a game which utilizes OpenXR and supports the thing, then yes, of course, you will see it in this list here after you've launched it. So here we can see that it is indeed using OpenComposite. Okay, so we will then need OpenComposite as well. But that is literally just going to a GitHub page or GitLab page and downloading the OpenComposite launcher, which is this application right here. All it does is basically checks if you have the latest updated or latest OpenComposite DLL, and if you don't, it offers to update it. And then to switch to it, this is what it looks like by default. Now, if you start a game which does not have OpenComposite, or which has OpenComposite, the DLL, no, wait. Of course, if you have an application which makes, OpenComposite makes it support OpenXR. No, I need to, if I'm going to cut this, then I shall start again. Okay, so what OpenComposite is, it's a DLL file, basically akin to this, which you drag into the directory of the game which you want to add OpenComposite to. And most importantly, OpenComposite supports, which is not everything. So what this launcher does, it knows which titles does support OpenComposite, and to switch from SteamVR, meaning SteamVR won't even start when you launch the game, but you go directly via OpenXR to your headset, then basically the thing to do is just do that, because then it switches out the DLL which Steam looks at by default. It just, but some games, such as ACC, has its own DLL, which should also be replaced by doing this. But in some cases, it does not. And then the trick is just to go into configure and set the default runtime to OpenComposite, or you can keep it SteamVR if you want, and then go and tell it that, hey, let's say this process here is use default, which means it uses SteamVR. Then you just right click and always use OpenComposite. And essentially what the application does then is what we just did here right now by replacing this DLL, except within ACC's directory. But I only play titles by some freak accident of nature that supports OpenComposite. So I just use OpenComposite as default, and then just to be utterly obsessive about it, I also do that. But it shouldn't be necessary. In reality, this should basically, going from that to that should be okay. And if you by any for any reason need to use SteamVR, then you can do the opposite. Like even if default OpenComposite, you want to run Crew Chief in SteamVR, then you do that, and then that particular application's OpenComposite DLL will be replaced by the original, which it has kept a copy of. So it's just like, this tool is just like a time saver. It is super nice. Highly recommend. Use default. Not that it matters, but yeah. So that is the runtime switcher. And that is how you get OpenXR Toolkit to function in games which does not support OpenXR natively. I would like to think that that LMU does this natively, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are including OpenXR, the Open Composite DLL by default, because it is not showing up here, which means the launcher doesn't really know about it. But hey, now I've shown it in case I am wrong, so I don't have to later and things. And also it's useful for other things, like you can see here, iRacing does the whole thing. It performs way better because you get to use things now, like the crop thing, and get all the benefits, and then you can sharpen with cast just like you do here. And I'm going to test the same method in an ACC, but I haven't yet. But yeah, I'm spiraling off track now. Anyway, so yeah, that is it. So yeah, point being, to round it off, not even a point, but to round it off, if we then hop back into the game, which would be that one, then if successful, you should be seeing this. Well, I need to click on the game after I put the game back onto desktop mode, and then click in the game window. If successful, then it should say at the very top there, OpenXR Toolkit on a speed mod version, whichever version you ended up successfully launching the game with. And then you should, under System, find crop to FOV, do the math thing, drop it down to a fifth or whatever just to see what it does. Set the game to everything low, and anisotropic filtering. I wouldn't recommend going lower unless you enjoy pain, like huge aliased pixels flying around on your screen. And similarly, I would also, like, if it is the only way to get to stable 90 and not ending up in a situation where you end up with queuing or other stutter for other reasons, then MSAA. Oh, it's not even MSAA, it's FSAA. Okay, fine. Sorry, I'm so used to it being MSAA. It is FSAA. If everything low and MSAA less than none, and stutter is still plaguing you, then this is another way to see if you can gain a little performance. But it just looks like dog shit at anything less than 4. Therefore, I use 8. And I would much rather do that and just tank the resolution rather than what was the resolution set to? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll see it on the VOD. I would rather drop the resolution than not use MSAA, because the MSAA is the thing that makes the smoothness of the picture be a thing. And also it deals with the dithering effects. Like if you look in the rear view mirror at low resolutions, things behind you will have big holes in them, and that let's call it smoothing technology, texture smoothing technology, will make that less irritating compared to just a big square. It'll be like mushed, so it's kind of not visible. It covers it up essentially. So yeah, that would be an attempt at a rundown without going too much into detail, but then similarly not leaving you in the dark too much. And hopefully my understanding is in the ballpark of being correct. But I like to think it is. I've spent a lot of time on these things. The only thing that could be speculation is the claim PCI bus versus bandwidth, but I don't know how else to explain it. I mean, the PCI bus should be able to handle it, but we are talking about the n amount of lanes the CPU has two other components of the machine, and that is not the same as the entire PCI bus. And I don't know, haven't done that math. It's how I ended up talking about it. But in sense, the bandwidth is valid. But if anyone can arrest me on that, and this might be interpreted as baiting you to comment to boost my algorithmic presence, then by all means, tear me a new asshole and tell me what's the real thing. It's fine. I enjoy being wrong. It is the best, and you learn. So yeah, I shall end that rant right there and go make myself some food and do the dog things, because, my God, I am hungry. And I'm sure the dog needs to piss by now. So yeah, that is it. At some point, I might do a supercut of this, speed run. Because there's so many videos and they're so long, and everyone's ranting in their own way and prioritizing such and such, and sometimes linking back and forth and tell you to go there and there. And it would be nice to just have one place consolidated without stealing anyone's thunder and linking back to everyone. So by all means, go watch the video from the guy who wrote this. Boost the shit out of his algo. Subscribe, leave a comment, even if it's just a smiley. Just maybe even throw him a super chat or something, because he deserves it. And so does really the Open Composite team and the OpenXR Toolkit guys, even even though the project is technically dead and written off as something of a curiosity used in order to fill holes left by developers and or to test things. But in reality, it is the thing that makes all of this suck so much less, because VR is just an afterthought in most games, it seems, these days, and we aren't even allowed to reduce the resolution within the game's renderer or the game engine itself. We have to have a piece of software that lies to the game about the resolution in order to force it to, the resolution of the headset in order for it to then use it, and we can then use the same program to apply things such as upscaling via FSR, not recommended. It sucked for me at least, and looks way uglier because I have to run way lower resolution in order to have latencies, which does not result in stutters, compared to just dropping the resolution only and then applying scaling. No upscaling at all. Just drop the resolution and sharpen. That is a far more latency or efficient way of going about things compared to dropping the resolution and then blowing it back up again to the native resolution via an algorithm that is slow. This basically crop to FOV, it eliminates a step, a expensive computational step, allowing you to use a slightly less expensive to make the image crisper again. But arguably, you can even skip it. If I were to not use CAS to sharpen the image, I wouldn't be bothered. It's just, it gives me back that little bit of crispness that makes it feel like I'm native. And I like it. And it doesn't affect me negatively, so why not? But if you are a true, like the truest sense of a latency hunter, then you would not use CAS. Then you would accept that the image is a little bit blurry, but not really, not compared to the shit you need to do with when you need to upscale with FSR or DLSS. So your mileage may vary. It is all about how the brain perceives the light which is presented to it. Yeah. My fucking God, I just can't fucking... There's so many things to consider. There are so many things to consider. And all of it boils down to the lowest possible latency will mean you have the least amount of queuing, and the things that need to do the compute needs to spend the least amount of time to achieve the thing which you see, which means you are closer to real time than if you go for higher resolution with all the bling. Every operation, like every effect, every thing, literally, that you have, all the steps you are asking machines to do, which basically, like, this is a list of steps in a sense, not necessarily in order, but like, first it draws the basics, then it draws the shadows, then it draws, like, applies contrast on top of black and white, and then it colors it, and then it adds foliage, and then it adds yeah, the textures will go in there somewhere, and then you start getting into like physics calculations, like light and atmospheric effects such as haze and all that shit. And anything past the absolute minimum, you need to feel like, this is modern, and this is quick, and this is responsive. That is excessive bloat, in my opinion, and you don't really see it while you race. So don't be a high quality Andy and suffer latency wise, because it will inevitably mean you will stutter, because at some point the machine will choke somewhere, causing the stutter. So yeah, that is my best take on not suffering in VR in 2025, and I'm shocked that I am able to run at 4/5 of the suspected native resolution on this headset on my current hardware, because I have been suffering, not necessarily suffering, but it has sucked and it has stuttered a lot while I have been using FSR in order to compensate for basically developers not taking VR seriously, in the form of driving around with Minecraft pixel-esque type graphics, and even then it would stutter fairly predictably in some areas of the track. So eliminating that aspect has made this game go from very stuttery in some corners and other situations to now as smooth at, again, 4/5 of the native resolution with no upscaling, only a tiny bit of sharpening. And that blows my mind. And it's all because of that one DLL we drag and dropped into the OpenXR install directory. So, I think that is it. Now, I shall go do the things I said I was going to do when I ended it 3 times, or the 3 times I've ended it earlier, and then end up forking off into a summary, because I'm hoping that maybe I can just download this VOD and then cut it, and then, maybe re-record it and make it nice and pretty and as short as possible. That is what I've been meaning to do for about a year now, but I'm glad I didn't, because this way of doing it is so much better. And I'm happy I didn't put anyone through the things I've experienced, because maybe people have discovered this before, and I just trusted that FSR would be the most efficient thing. And it was, so far, I could understand. And also, I now remember prior to getting Crop to FOV installed, I could not drop the resolution via OpenXR Toolkit, but now I can. So hopefully you can too. Anyway, that is it. I am rambling as per protocol and usual and so on. Anyway, yes. Good night. Pew, 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 pew. Where the pew, 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 pew. Where is the button? There it is. Bye.